Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
Hello?
John?
Hi.
Josh?
What happened?
Nick? Is the box bad
Something
again?
wrong?
I heard a weird noise. I heard a popping noise.
I didn't hear a popping noise.
Oh, no.
What'd you do?
Is there not a buzz for yours? Does it not sound like absolute garbage?
No,
I don't hear a
there
buzz
wasn't
or
for me
garbage.
either.
No
What
buzz.
in the world?
No buzz.
Well, you-
No
Classic
buzz.
Josh always complaining about something that doesn't even exist.
What did
Oh
Matt do? Did Matt do
You know
it?
what this is? This is God's way of once again telling Josh, don't tempt me.
What did I do?
Stop saying the snow is done.
Yep.
I said the snow is done after
No,
Wednesday.
you don't get to do that. See, that's BS. I should have called you out on it on Friday. I'm going to do it again.
What the heck?
That's like me saying the Dallas Cowboys will be undefeated on July 4th. That's a fake prediction. That's a terrible prediction. You can't pre-predict something.
Already did.
Well, and this
Pepper,
is
I want
God's,
you to come here.
and this is God's way of.
So bad.
Okay, now you're messing with mine.
I didn't do
Yeah, you
anything.
did. You touched something.
It's
Stop
horrible.
touching it.
It's horrible. Everything's falling apart. The snow will be done after Wednesday.
That doesn't count.
Why not?
Yeah, you can't
Because-
do that.
You
Okay,
can't do
fine.
that.
So I'll
When
say
you
it on. I'll
when
say it
you
on
say the snow is
Thursday.
done, you have to say the snow is done. Well, now it lacks punch.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
Yeah. And it's going to snow again anyway.
And now you just sound like a spineless snow person.
No, I don't. I sound like a correct
Yeah,
person.
Josh
Is what I
Peterson here
sound
for
like.
Big snow.
Yeah.
Josh Peterson, snowman.
I think he
not
does this
having
because he actually
spines.
wants it to snow.
No, I hate the snow.
I think you'd like it.
Have
I
some
think you've got
conviction,
like
Josh.
I hate the snow.
You want everybody else to feel the pain that you're feeling
Mhm.
of not being able to run good because of your leg.
Thanks for reminding me.
You're
Apper.
mad at the world. I get it.
No, what is
I-
my excuse the
so-
last handful of years?
You're mad at the world for other things.
Yeah,
Fair.
you're just randomly mad at the world.
Well, I
guess.
might
I don't
be.
know.
Future you got a hold of past you at one point and talked about the leg thing.
Yeah, is that
My
what's going on?
leg.
Yeah,
That's
you've just
probably
been
what
mad the whole
happened.
time.
Understandable.
It's probably what happened.
So is there not a buzz for you, or is there now a buzz?
well, something changed. There's no buzz, but something.
It sounds
changed.
like this sounded so good 3 days ago.
I'm just happy that I don't wear headphones during this crossover ever. And I
It's
just
so
I
bad.
sit here and laugh at you guys.
I don't hear anything, so it must be
You're
a box.
plugged into
Of course, it's a
Yeah.
box. Yeah, of course, it's this.
Out of
Yeah,
the
there's a
box.
buzz. There's a fuzz.
Out of the box.
My voice is going.
Oh no, that's just how you're talking today.
No, that's not true, Nick.
Yeah.
Not great.
Oh well.
oh,
How-
well,
How was NYC?
lovely. It's
Yeah?
lovely this time of year.
Is it?
Everyone
It
check
wasn't
out
on
Happer's
Saturday.
vlog, by
Everyone's,
the way.
everyone's really mad and drunk.
That was cloudy and misty and just like bleh.
When I flew out of there on Sunday morning, it was covered in fog.
And early. It was,
Was
very
it?
early when
Yeah,
you woke
it was
up.
very early.
Yeah.
Now, I have a question for you two. Who are these people that are asking to move the Big East tournament out of MSG? Who are these
There
idiots?
was just references to the fact that it's going to be hard for a Midwest team to go in there and win that tournament.
Are you new here?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Okay. I'm very confused. Who's complaining? Like St. John's has one good year and everybody freaks out.
Was it mostly just
I
DePaul
guess.
people that are complaining?
Yes, it's
Does
mostly
DePaul feel
DePaul people.
slighted?
Yeah,
See, this is the reason why we
yeah,
can
the-
never win.
The 17 DePaul people that were there.
Yeah, all 17 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard you talk
lot
about this
more
today,
than I
and I
thought
was
there
like,
would be.
who in the world would complain about this?
Folks, we knew what we were getting into.
Yes.
It's not a big deal. Now, if you want to complain, as some did, that, it was stupid for the Big East to ever move the baseball tournament out of Omaha, the home of the College World Series, I'll hear that.
I agree. That is
Because Big East baseball coaches are stupid because they're the ones, almost going to have too fair of an advantage.
It's
Yeah,
too
right.
big.
It's too bad. Can't play, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So those idiots, sure. If you want to make fun of those people, go ahead.
Mhm.
But that has nothing to do with the basketball tournament. If you're there, as we have been,
If you're there, your family.
there's nothing like it.
It's amazing.
There's nothing like it. The hillbillies down there in the Southeastern Conference can brag all they want about their little tournament,
Oh, they will.
but it ain't nothing compared
Did
to
you
the Big
hear?
East.
We got 14 of them basketball teams in there.
Yeah, I mean,
14, John.
outside of Kentucky introducing the rest of the conference, hey, by the way, we play this other sport too. Yeah, to hell with that.
Yeah.
To hell with that.
No.
The Big East
Long
tournament
live
is
the
the
Big
best
East.
tournament in basketball tournaments.
It is.
Period.
Not going to argue with that.
It is. It
Or
rules.
conference basketball tournaments. Obviously, the March Madness is better.
So
but-
many security guards.
Oh,
many
yeah.
security guards.
Well, that's the advantage when you work in a union building. They overpopulate the place.
many
John
staff.
Bishop here for unions.
No, actually, I'm not.
Yeah, we're saying it has too many staff.
Yeah, there's there's almost like one person for every two spectators.
Well,
in
There
that
might
building.
be. There
not-
actually might be 10,000 people who work in there.
There
If
could
you're
be.
not doing anything illegal, you should have nothing to worry about, guys.
Well, no, we're not worried about the illegal stuff. It's just like they're everywhere, and then it clogs up all the
The
elevators.
ability to move.
Yeah.
It-
So at every timeout,
and as you see from the tour, the concourse is already very small.
Check out
It
Happer's
is.
tour, by the way, on 1620. The
Very
Zone
much
TV.
enjoyed that. That was a lot of fun.
I'm
So
glad
for
you bought
every-
the
I love the guy.
gizmo.
Do you know where you're going?
Yeah, get out of here.
so for every timeout, the people in the sport coats or blazers or whatever come out on the floor, and there's like 8 of them on each sideline, just standing there making sure,
Yep, just looking.
they don't do anything else the rest of the day.
Nope.
Wait, but you're anti-vandalism on the floor. You should love these people.
Yeah.
Well, but
They're not protecting
Are
anybody.
you
from
trying to
anything.
take away jobs?
I'm
Yes,
just saying
yes.
it's unnecessary.
Wow,
Yes.
John went woke.
I mean, but John, what if like 20 people tried to bum rush the floor?
Hey,
You need
They
to
would
have,
never
like,
get in.
You need to have security guards.
This is during timeouts in the
It's
whole
like
game.
this at every game, isn't this?
No. There's more. There's
no,
more.
no.
Yeah.
I like people having jobs, so I'm all good with that.
Well,
I hate
if they're
people have jobs.
unnecessary jobs, I'm not.
What
for
is
that.
how is it affecting you though?
We were just making a comment. That's all.
Just comment.
Wow.
Josh, just
Firing
Do
New
you have another
Yorkers.
comment about your headphones?
Dude,
not
yes,
working?
Yeah.
Nick played the drop and I could barely hear you guys.
Yeah.
The drops, I was like, why is Nick playing the drop so loud? And then I just realized it's this. So everything's going to hell. I was
Yeah.
like, this is the loudest little sounder Nick has ever
All
played
you
in
could
my
hear was
entire life.
banjo music.
That's all I heard.
It sounded great when Happer did a southern accent.
Oh my
I didn't even know that was happening.
Yeah, I know. It was
See-
great.
Team no headphones.
That was very good.
Yeah.
It was very good.
Really bad.
14 teams.
We got 14 teams in.
14 teams. And then the West Virginia, this stuff is, I love this.
Yeah.
I love not having any like dog in the fight. And so I just get to watch everybody yell at each other for 3 days. And then the basketball starts and nobody cares.
Yeah,
anymore.
it's right. It's a great bubble conversation.
It really is. It's perfect.
It's Monday conversation. It'll be dead by
It's
tomorrow.
like a bottle episode, Josh. You know about TV.
I love bottle episodes.
You love bottle episodes?
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
What? Why?
It's just where everything exists
Fly.
only in the context of that
It's like one
episode.
set of,
Yeah.
of a show.
I think
Yeah.
the only thing worse than a bottle episode is one of those flashback episodes where they just like clip shows. I hate.
Oh,
when
I hate
shows
clip
do
shows.
that.
yeah, I don't like clip
It's so
shows.
useless.
Yeah, but I like bottle episodes.
Yeah, but it gives you an excuse to,
Make money.
make more money.
It's just padding it so you can get
Hey.
syndicated faster.
Okay, let's settle down
Yes,
with
yes.
talking about how you don't like clip shows. As a reminder, it'll be Memorial Day soon, and we got some great stuff.
Well,
there.
that's different.
Yeah.
Our clip shows are better.
Okay, interesting.
Our clip
Yeah,
shows are actually good.
true.
they are good.
That's true.
Yeah.
Mhm. Mhm.
That
We'll
is
be
true.
very, very live on Thursday and Friday of this week with
Basketball, yeah,
John
so
will be on the air.
Yes, I
John will be.
This is wild. Do
Yes,
we
it will.
know now the answer yet for what is the earliest Creighton has ever tipped off on a Thursday? I know you were asking earlier.
Yes, I can't recall a time where they've been the first game in the tournament. I know they've had the first game on the second second round of games before.
I love John's tweet about it. He's like, "Well, that was fast." 'Cause, I mean, the show
That was
starts.
a fun show.
Here you go.
It's right there.
It's over. It'd be a Rob
Man.
question.
Yeah.
I bet he'd have an answer for me in 8
And I'm
seconds.
not, yeah. I know that let's see. I'd have to go back in time, but like last year's Akron game, that was middle of the afternoon.
Yep.
Right. North Carolina State. Wasn't that the first game of the day?
No. Well, it was the first
In
game. It
Denver.
may have been the first game of the
First ga-
second day.
First game in Denver. Oh, yeah. Okay. So you're thinking first day, but I
Yeah.
think it was the first game in Denver.
But it probably wouldn't have been the first game of the day.
No,
They-
not in Denver, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was
I
the-
don't
what
know.
about the game winner versus Florida back in 02? That was
Ooh.
early in the day, was it not?
Ooh, That?
Number 23.
Yeah.
23's old arena.
And that was back when the games were only on CBS, so you couldn't stagger them. Let's see.
I
According
think
to
it was. I think it wasn't. Well, but it was in Chicago. So
it was, which could be the first game of the day.
Yeah, but they usually save that for an Eastern time zone.
Yeah, the Wikipedia
But it was-
does not
but-
say
But I bet it was in that first window. The
Definitely.
first window of games.
for sure.
But yeah, being the very first game of the day, it could be the first time.
There you go. History.
History happens here.
History happens here.
Awesome.
Oh, that's the wrong NCAA tournament. Sorry.
It's the greatest show on court.
Which one is history happens here?
The College World Series.
College World
Is that what they say? I thought it was a great show on dirt.
Well, it's
Well,
It's also history happens here.
yeah, they've used them both.
they alternate.
Interesting.
History does happen there.
Which,
Oh
if you
yeah,
think-
history happens in every tournament though.
and it's actually false advertising because
Oh.
only 15% of the field is dirt in a baseball game. Most of it's grass.
Greatest show on
I'm
grass
just glad
and dirt.
that it's real grass and real dirt.
If anything, the
way God
softball
intended.
people should be offended because at least their entire infield is
more
dirt.
dirt. That's what their slogan should be.
more dirt. Or the greatest show on more dirt.
More dirt, more action.
Yes.
I like that. More dirt.
That'd be funny if
Come for the ball, stay for the
NCAA
dirt.
championships started like
Start
sniping at
fighting
each other. No, we're the greatest show on dirt. No, we're the greatest show.
Eventually,
on
the College World Series just puts emphasis on men. They're like, men's
Men.
College World Series. We have men.
There's the men's college
dirt.
world
Well, they
Series.
do insist that we do refer
They
to
do.
it that way,
That is, yes.
even though, I mean, it is the College World Series.
There was a thing a couple years ago that the NCAA wanted to be the NCAA and not the NCAA.
I remember this. Why?
It was specific for
Because it
some
makes
reason.
them sound less important, Josh. They're
Does it?
Yes.
When you say double A?
Yeah.
Oh, because of double A baseball?
No, well, maybe.
Is that why?
Maybe.
This is
I
the
don't
major
know.
leagues of college?
Does it
Maybe.
like? Does it actually do that though?
It does. It's just easy to say, or it's fun to say. NCAA instead of NCAA.
I've just
Yeah.
gotten so
It
used to
rolls
it. now.
off the tongue better.
NCAA.
Well, it's like UCF. They don't like being called Central Florida.
Yeah, I found that out the hard way.
Yeah, John said that. And
Watch out.
Dwayne The Rock Hudson says people like John complain about what they think are inefficient jobs, then lose their minds when the Popeyes drive-through takes 2 minutes longer than they think it should.
Excellent point.
A, it's never 2 minutes
Wow.
longer. It's usually 2 hours. And B,
maybe they should have more
maybe
people.
they should take the people from Madison Square Garden that aren't doing anything important and have
Protecting
them
you.
work at Popeyes.
That if they had a Popeyes inside Madison Square Garden, it would be the best one on planet Earth.
oh, yeah,
so?
easily.
yes,
Because it would be overstaffed.
overstaffed.
Well,
Way
that's a
too
good-
many people.
Good thing then.
It would be in the case of the Popeyes.
We should overstaff more people. Fewer
No.
martyr batons.
Though I noticed they have a Dave's Hot Chicken stand inside of
Yeah.
MSG,
Yeah.
which
there
is
was-
good, by the way.
There was kind of a bunch of stuff going on in there. I didn't get to try any of the concessions.
I love Dave's Hot Chicken.
One night they had delicious tacos at the
Oh, the media
in the
spread?
media
Oh.
meal. Yeah.
So were you hanging out next to John during the games?
Sort of.
near John?
Yeah.
Except for the first half of Saturday night,
Where were you there?
behind the basket,
Behind the basket.
Down in the floor media
until I
section.
was forcibly removed by
Really?
one of the many not forcibly, but yeah.
Oh wow.
Even though
Even though I had a seat down there,
it said 1620 the zone.
Then why did you get removed?
because my pass said upper level media,
Oh.
but I was like, hey, my seat's right there.
So who was supposed to be down there behind the hoop? Somebody else from the zone? Was this like a
I
photographer
assume it
area?
was for me.
No, this was
Unless it was for Jimmy. Unless it was for Jimmy. But he didn't sit down there the whole week.
yeah, it just said 1620 the zone. That's all
Yeah.
it said. It didn't have a name.
Jimmy was
attached
looking
to it.
spiffy with his suit.
Jimmy had his suit on Saturday.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Yes.
I did not.
You didn't have
John
a suit
had
on?
a hoodie.
A hoodie?
Well,
I didn't
it
have
was like a
hood.
jacket,
No, it was my regular Creighton pullover.
pullover, jacket. Yeah.
It's not a
Qu-
jacket.
a quarter zip? It's a
Yeah,
jacket.
quar-
yeah, quarter zip.
It was a quarter zip.
Do you not
Like-
quarter zip, bro?
It's
Like
not
the
bad with
exact
a
same
jacket.
one the coaches wear.
No, the one you were wearing on Saturday?
Yeah. It was
I
my,
never-
it was my blue. Or no, it was the one I bought over at Lawler's, but it was black. It didn't have a hood.
Lawlers.
It was a quarter zip.
Sorry. I apologize.
Wow.
I apologize.
Well, I mean, when you're traveling.
Oh,
and
but trust
stuff.
me, many people quarter zipped.
Oh, yeah. And
Well,
nothing
I-
wrong
You
with
used
that.
to suit up for every game.
You did.
Well, the coaches used to suit up for every game, too.
Yeah,
people
those
would be
days
like,
are
Why
over.
is John all dressed up? Oh, why does John look like you
They
just
would
got
always
back
ask
from
that,
the
yeah.
store?"
Exactly. So now they don't have to ask that question anymore.
Yep, that's true.
Quarter
Only
zips
Rick
rule.
Pitino suits up.
The hair looks great, by the way, John.
Great hair, John.
Good hair,
Excellent
John.
hair.
It's hair.
His
It's
hair
my
is
hair.
so good.
It's the best.
I don't know if it's
Nobody
that
has hair as
It's
good
really
as John.
not that good. You
No
don't-
50-year-old has
it's-
hair as good as
It's
John's.
only good when you don't
53.
have to deal with it.
What does that mean?
Yeah, it's just a pain in the ass.
He's saying we like looking at it more than he likes having it.
You could shave your head.
I
You've
could.
done it in the
Yeah,
past.
you go full
Okay.
Heisenberg.
Yeah,
could.
John did one time.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he
did.
looked like Heisenberg.
Yeah.
Oh.
Had the pork pie hat and everything. It was
Uh-huh.
great.
Baldy? 2 rings, Baldy?
Heisen
Yeah.
Bishop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did that
It was
once.
very odd.
Yeah.
It felt very odd. And then I got used to it. It was
Yeah.
like, man, maybe
He
I should
did it
just
in
do this
support
more.
of his son. It
Yeah,
was
that
really,
makes sense.
it was really cool.
That is cool.
Yeah.
Good dad.
And then
And your head was a little chilly.
Me too. That's what they're
well,
saying.
no, it was
about
middle
me.
of summer.
Great dad.
Oh,
Great dad.
It was the middle of summer.
I definitely
The only
was
thing I was-
not a piece of garbage yesterday.
I was going to say, didn't you sleep all day
Mhm.
yesterday?
Yeah.
do you think Sophie recognizes you because she sees that you don't have hair? Also, she's like, yes.
Compared to
Same.
who?
I mean, she
Her?
has
Oh, does she have hair?
some hair. Yeah. She has some hair.
Like he
She
looks
has more
like
hair than me.
he looks like me, Dada.
That's exactly right. She gets it. She knows what's up. Yeah, but I definitely was a very good father yesterday.
Good.
It's when she gets older, you can show her the MSG tour, and she'll understand.
There you go.
This is what I was doing.
She loves videos. She loves things
Yeah.
on televisions. She doesn't know what they are. But
Oh, that's fun.
It'll get there.
sounds, noises.
Mm.
She laughs at things. It's great. You don't have to try, really. That's why I slept all day yesterday.
Oh, perfect.
That's right.
Are you
All
traveling?
day? Like all day?
It was hard for me to pull myself off the couch, John.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
I got home at a little past 11 in the morning,
Yeah.
and
Which was about the time I woke up.
and
Okay.
there was 2 naps. There was 2.
Wow.
Two naps.
There was 2
Your
naps.
your wife has posted in the YouTube chat, by the way.
Uh-huh.
It looks like wrong one. It looks like a skull and crossbone
Oh
emoji.
boy.
So she's saying you were dead.
no, he was a pirate.
Oh, is that what you were?
Maybe she's saying that she's dead because
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 she's-
of your
maybe she's
description.
laughing. It's funny that I was an absent father yesterday.
She's saying she's dead from laughter.
That's
Or maybe
awesome.
she's dead from taking care of the child exclusively for the last 4 days. Possibly.
or maybe it's just a threat.
yeah, I'm
Maybe
going to
she's
kill
about
you.
maybe there's going to be
Yeah.
rat poison in the green beans
Wow,
tonight.
it could mean a lot.
Yeah. Are you going to go on another trip at some point over the next 2 weeks?
I don't think so.
What if our bosses came down and said, "Hey, Vegas wants you again"?
I'm in. I'm in. What if Creighton makes the Sweet 16? And then they have to go to Atlanta.
Would you go to Atlanta?
I don't think baseball's home that weekend.
Poll question: would you go to Atlanta?
Poll question. Yeah. Would you go to Atlanta?
As I've mapped this out, the baseball team is the reason that I'll be here this weekend.
Mm.
But I do not
So
believe
he'll
they're here
still be
next
an
weekend.
absent father.
Yeah,
Just
until
different
Happer
kind.
comes over to me and says, "Hey, could you fill in for me on the baseball so I can go to
no,
Atlanta?"
I'll be here with the baseball team this
Bring
week.
her with you. She can do some commentary.
Maybe.
Baseball.
They're not here next weekend. They're in they play
Yeah, they're playing St. Mary's.
Are you talking about Sweet 16 weekend or this?
No, this
upcoming
weekend.
Week?
This
upcoming
weekend.
this
they're
weekend. They're
playing,
playing St. Mary's. In 2 weeks.
in
they're
2 weeks. They're at Samford.
So
That's
they're
it.
still on the road.
on the road.
They're
But
on
what
the
about
road.
the Final Four weekend?
I assume they'll be here for a conference. series.
UConn?
Yep. Oh,
In
2
Omaha?
rings, Baldy.
Wouldn't that be funny if UConn and Creighton were playing both baseball and basketball the same weekend?
Oh,
Wow.
That would be a lot of chatter. There would be a lot of chatter surrounding that.
Oh, there definitely would.
Man, I want to thank Jemiah Neal for just a minute.
Thank
because-
you, Jemiah.
Oh,
It gave me an
Thanks,
opportunity to block some more people.
Good
this
job.
time, UConn people.
ha! They were in your Menchies?
Oh my God. Because I tweeted out a video of the incident and how
the incident in question.
and how Jemiah didn't
He
see,
didn't
I
raise
did
his
not,
hands.
I did not see that.
Oh, yeah. That was
until
the first
well
thing
afterward.
I noticed, man. It was like, oh my gosh.
it was
he's
it was quick though. If you
Yeah,
watch the actual video,
because he
just went-
realizes, oh, wait, what am I
he's like,
doing?
I
Yeah.
can't fight. Yeah.
Yeah. And I just made mention, hey, you know what? Because I mean, Diarra just shoved him, and usually that leads to another shove or a swing,
Mhm.
and Jemiah didn't do either. And I just mentioned, hey, it's great poise, not to do that.
Oh no, John.
And then,
Oh, no.
and then I happen to mention that
Poise? What do
Jemiah,
you mean poise?
Jemiah's got another game to play. Diarra's got a date with his television,
Nice.
Hell yeah.
and that triggered UConn fans.
UConn fans are very on the internet.
Oh,
Yeah.
they are very on the internet.
I don't engage in college basketball discourse online except for Omaha, Creighton, Nebraska. That's kind of all I do. But every now and then I'll see these Creighton fans quote tweeting these UConn dorks. And I've
Oh.
always hated UConn. So I'm always like handshake me with the Blue Jay fans because I hate those guys.
Yeah.
No escalators, unfunny loser.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
that guy
that's
sucks.
that's the main. That's
Oh, he's
leader
the
of
ringleader.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of the ringleader of the UConn
Yeah.
burner community.
It's always been nice to root against UConn. And so that was pretty
great.
funny.
It's great times.
Yeah.
Great times were had by all.
yeah. So I
Plus,
guess
it just
I
has
could
to
block some more
infuriate them because they've won national championships and they keep losing to Creighton. It's so funny.
But 2 rings.
Yeah,
2
see,
rings,
they'll
rings,
just- yeah.
Baldy.
2
Yeah.
rings, Baldy.
We know about the rings.
And again, I'll repeat. No problem with what Dan Hurley did in Omaha. That's his shtick. That's his style.
Do the winners go
To the winners go the spoils.
Yep.
And the weird
Same
celebrations.
Same thing with Jemiah dunking on UConn.
I had a
Got no problem with it.
because I was defending what happened with the dunk. I said no big deal, and somebody said, "What did you think about when Iowa blew the kiss after the game-winning kick?" And I said,
Don't
"I was
got a
all
problem
for
with
it."
it.
They
They
were
won.
like, "Oh, okay, never mind." I'm always okay with this type of stuff. You win, you get to talk
McNeely's
trash.
going like this or whatever the hell he's doing all the
Yeah.
time. It's
Yeah.
like, okay, they won the one
Get
game.
mad about it
Especially-
because you lost, not because of the trash talk.
Especially with rivals.
Yes, 100%.
Especially with rivals.
100%.
You know? So, no,
Oh,
I don't have a problem with it. It you know, the fault was on Diarra. He shouldn't act like a punk.
The best part, too, of the whole play was that McDermott was walking away. His back was, I don't know if you guys
yeah,
ever
he
saw that
was getting ready to
replay.
shake
He
hands.
was
Yeah.
walking down to
Yes,
shake hands.
because there was a
with
replay
Silver.
from
Yeah.
the baseline that Neal is coming to dunk, and you can see in the background, like, here he goes.
So
La-di-da-di-da.
I was standing behind like 2 rows behind the Creighton bench. And I'm like, like it's a celebratory atmosphere. I'm standing next to Marcus and Mike, and
Yeah.
everyone's like, yeah. And then all of a sudden, out of the corner of my eye, Jemiah starts flying at the rim. I'm like, what's going on? And then it got crazy for a second.
Yeah.
It got crazy for a second.
Yeah, but the real MVP was John McHugh,
Yeah.
who came rushing off the bench
Goat.
and
Oh, yeah.
and like
Oh, yeah.
made sure that people stayed from coming on the floor because
Whoa.
that could have affected you for the next game.
Oh, yeah. That was my first thought is, oh, my
And-
gosh, what if he got suspended for the
Yeah.
next game?
And
Like Fedor was the only one who was like maybe meandering his way out there
Right.
a little bit. And everybody else was like,
but like John McHugh went out
Get back!
and it was like Obi-Wan using the force. It was just like
Oh, good reference.
like push, like just force push, just get back. And the way he got out there so quickly, it was hilarious.
oh, he went dead sprint right into the corner.
Yeah, he like dropped his clipboard and like ran out and then got down in his stance like Jahens Manigat. Just like, stop.
Got to have a guy like that.
It was beautiful.
Got to have a guy like that.
It was beautiful.
Do we ever get the story on what Bill Murray's kids said? What was
I figured you guys would have had it. Yeah, I was wondering.
I don't know.
Because, man, him and Mac were a little finger pointing going on
well?
there.
It was such
I
a
forget that
weird,
Bill Murray-
And he did something
such
about
a weird interaction.
my guess was that he was calling back the home game in Omaha.
Could be.
The way he was saying it, it was
Yeah.
almost like he was talking about the ring because he was like, yeah.
Well,
That's
Hurley
what Mac
was
did.
shaking his hand first, and he sort of like broke it off really weird, and then kind of continued on in whatever line there was afterwards, and then it was him and Luke Murray.
Yep.
And yeah, there was definitely some. It was a heated moment.
Oh, yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
It was a heated moment,
And now everything's fine
and UConn lost.
Everything's
UConn
fine until the
lost.
Final Four.
until the Final Four.
When Creighton and UConn will play in baseball and basketball.
Wow,
on the
what a
same
weekend that'll be.
Oh
Will
my
you go to
God.
the Final Four, Happer?
Probably was baseball playing that weekend.
They are. Remember,
Yes,
they're playing
that's-
UConn.
They're hosting
Oh, yeah.
UConn.
I
don't
can
know.
fill in for you if
I'll
you
probably
need.
be doing a remote broadcast of a baseball game. for
Nice. From a hotel room. And where's the Final Four at this year?
Houston,
San Antonio.
San
In
Antonio.
San Antonio. Wow.
Big women in San Antonio.
How far of a drive is that?
A long drive.
Long drive?
Yeah, that's what 14.
Is that what it is?
Deep in the heart of
Yeah,
Texas.
that's deep in the heart of Texas.
I was gonna
I'm
say.
guess-
However long it is to Houston plus an hour.
Oh, is it?
I think so.
No, Houston's further south than San Antonio, right?
I'm looking it up
We-
right now.
No, San Antonio is like west of Houston, right?
You guys in your directions.
Check out your map, Josh.
All right.
I know where Dallas is, and I know where Houston is, and I know where Lubbock is.
All right. Houston is east of San Antonio.
Nailed it.
San Antonio is just southwest of Austin. And from Omaha, it takes 13 and a half.
There you
13
go.
and a half.
That's not bad.
Wow, it is really south.
It's only, what,
Really
11 to
south.
Lexington on the drive?
I don't know, Happer.
I
To Lexington, Kentucky?
Lexington, Kentucky.
Let's see.
11 and a half. Well, something like
Omaha to Lexington is 11 and a half. Nice job. 11:44.
What's the route they're suggesting?
Go down to Kansas City and then head east.
that. Through
Is
St.
it on
Louis.
I-70?
Mm-hmm.
Through St.
Lexington's
Louis.
on
You
I-70?
could stop at the former home of Archman.
As
Well, the
is
home of
Louisville,
Archman.
John. You drive through Louisville as well.
Yes, because famously Louisville's only an hour away.
I'm pumped that you're I know, yes, and people are triggered about that. I'm pumped that you get to go to this arena, though. Oh, Dolph's Arena.
Yeah.
You're not excited?
No.
It's a historic place. It's big. It's cavernous.
It is, but it's the bleeping Eastern time zone.
Oh.
I have now come to hate the Eastern time zone.
It's
Great
very
take,
bad,
John. It's horrible.
Instead of the signs on the interstate that say you're now in the Eastern time zone, it should say you're always going to be an hour later than you should
Welcome to hell.
You are now in hell.
John's going to do a radio show on Wednesday from 3 to 7. That's the dumbest crap I've ever heard. 3 to 7?
As he did on Friday.
As he did on Friday.
3 to 7.
Great radio show.
Yeah, I don't like the Eastern time zone.
It's
bad,
John.
I was so
It's like
hoping
this
for
box.
Central or Western.
Yeah. That would have been nice.
Pacific. Pacific is what we call it. Or Mountain, Denver. is what
Oh,
we-
I'll tell you what,
time
it is
zone.
nice getting the hour back though, but I just had to. I had to.
Yeah,
use
but
it
when you
on
get
sleep,
when you get the hour back at 2 a.m., it doesn't really count.
That's true.
so I got it. Yeah, I got it back. I don't know when I got it back, but I woke up at before 4 on Sunday morning just to get to LaGuardia.
Good Lord.
Yeah, it was a nightmare. Which would have been 3 here
That's
in
true.
my real brain. Bad deal.
That's math. That's time math.
Thank you, Nick.
time math.
I appreciate.
We love
that.
time math, don't we, folks?
We do love time math.
Figured out my headphones, by the way.
Did
did.
you?
It wasn't plugged in all the way over here.
Wow! Wow!
I was like, I wonder if this is set up correctly. And I'm like twisting it around, and I'm like, oh, wow.
That'll do it.
Yep.
Josh.
Yep.
You were about to call Prude on
I
and say,
actually
get
already,
down here.
I already texted him, and he's not even here. He was like,
Apologize to the
everything's,
box.
everything, I am sorry. This has been triggering me the whole segment. I was like, am I going to have to deal with this forever now?
I did get a chance to watch Severance last night, though, that I hadn't watched from this past Thursday.
The newest one?
Yes.
Not the one where they went up to the weird little town.
That was kind of a bottle episode.
Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of that episode. That was the first episode of Severance where I was like, yeah, this one wasn't
You didn't
for
like
me.
the weird drugs that they were doing?
They were huffing. What
Yeah.
were they huffing?
I don't know.
Ether? You ever huffed ether, John?
Yeah.
Yeah,
John's not listening.
I'm busy I have to respond to emails. It's this busy week.
Oh, I know.
Oh, John's got to go on some other radio
Dude,
shows.
I want to use this time
no,
as
I'm
we
not-
finish
I'm
up in the
not-
crossover because John's busy.
CBS Sports wants to comment. No. What TV show are you going on, John?
I'm not going on any TV.
What radio show?
I'm not going on any.
I want to,
radio shows.
speaking of TV shows, I want to again give my highest recommendation, highest to The Pit on Max. We have now caught up. I think we watched 6 episodes around basketball this weekend. It is incredible.
So you saw episode 10.
We've seen episode 10 and episode 11.
Never heard of such a thing.
It just premiered in January.
Wow.
Yeah, it's awesome.
So are you going to watch The Pit?
I mean, unlikely, but give me your elevator pitch.
Well, he hasn't watched it.
I'm not going to give you an elevator pitch. There's a pod I was listening to, and it was a
There's a
baseball
spoiler alert for it. What happened?
I don't know if it's much of a spoil. This guy brought in his kid who's a baseball player. And
Oh, yeah. You got hit in the eye.
the dad said his kid has an insane fastball
95.
and a 12-6 slider.
His dad started getting all these nerd numbers with his kids, and he's a southpaw.
And so your problem is that 12-6 sliders don't exist.
You can't have a 12-6 slider.
I don't know if he said 12.
I mean, you could
He
grip
did.
it in such a way,
Yeah.
but that is typically the angle of a curveball.
What does that mean?
What is what?
12
mean?
on the clock, 6
6
on the clock.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's not
'Cause
how sliders work.
Sliders usually are more diagonal or closer to side.
Diagonally.
But I mean, if you grip it in such a way where, and it may still break that way, but typically 12-6 means a curveball.
Okay.
Especially
Maybe his dad's an
especially
idiot.
a slow curve.
The kid's eye he got hit in the face with a baseball,
He did.
and his dad's worried like, oh yeah, so can he pitch on Thursday?
His dad
It's like
shouldn't.
they're going to take him to surgery.
His dad shouldn't be an idiot though, because in that same episode, he's like, "Oh yeah, we went to these camps and travel ball."
did say that.
Everything. He should know better.
Great show. I love this show.
Mm.
It's so good.
When you say the Pit, I think of Parks and Rec.
Nice.
I thought you were referring to the arena at New Mexico.
So it's set in
Basketball.
It's set in Pittsburgh. It's an ER, and the guy who runs it, did you ever watch ER? You ever watch
No.
the show ER?
No.
Oh wow, really?
Not a big George Clooney guy.
Noah Wiley, who is on ER.
Oh,
He
so
is-
it's ER?
well. So there's also this stuff going on with Michael Crichton, who wrote Jurassic Park and ER's pilot. His what do they call it? Estate is suing the creators of this show because it originally was going to be ER Now, but then they changed some stuff about it, and so it's not
Interesting.
but it's no Wiley. It's awesome. It's really, really good. Super gnarly with some.
Yeah,
of the
I'll
injuries.
need another show probably after Severance gets over.
Odson says ER meets 24. Yeah, it's every episode is 1 hour of the shift. It's 15 episodes.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's like a
great.
bottle show.
It's pretty. It's all set in the hospital for the most part.
How about that?
They've only wandered outside of it a couple times.
How's the food?
Well, people are always like, I don't want the egg salad sandwich. So
Who would ever want that?
I
That is
like
a
eggs.
horrible sandwich.
you don't like egg salad sandwiches?
No.
I don't like egg
What?
salad. It's pretty
Wow,
gross to
I
me.
love egg salad
I like
sandwiches.
egg salad sandwiches.
Yeah, I'll eat them.
Nope.
Yeah, they're delicious.
Tasty,
thank you.
tasty.
I don't like chicken salad either.
I like chicken salad sandwiches.
Chicken salad's fine. I like egg salad though.
Yeah.
You don't like egg salad?
Yeah.
Do you like hard boiled eggs?
No.
Oh wow! So when
then that's why.
Helly was eating that hard boiled egg in the most recent
Well, I'm
episode,
not
were you-
bothered by the presence of hard-boiled
okay.
eggs, but
You don't like one of them in your salads?
no.
I love a hard boiled egg in my salad.
I don't mind it.
I don't mind it. I'd prefer it not to be there.
How can you afford to have egg salad now?
Well,
is my
yes,
question.
I've not ordered one in years.
It's basically caviar.
Dwayne says egg salad is good. Rare Josh food take W. Wow, shout out to me.
Egg salad. That's what people are really lauding Josh for.
They should be.
Is egg salad takes.
They should be.
Egg salad is good.
No, it's good.
That's what I would say. It's good.
Hey,
like
is
the
base-
basketball and the crown.
Is baseball starting tomorrow? Is the season almost here?
Ask Nick. He knows.
Nick, does it start tomorrow?
Yep.
Wow. Are
5
you waking
a.m.
Why
up?
are you asking him? It's my team. that's
He
playing.
knows about Japan.
Because you're responding to emails. You don't know what's going on. You don't know
Nick
what day it
knows
is.
about Japan.
Did you know that your team lost and the Dodgers lost to the Hanshin Tigers?
No, who cares?
Well,
Exactly,
it's
John.
an exhibition
Hey,
game.
are you going to talk about Texas A&M again tomorrow?
No.
Okay. There was a tease on the Happer show, and I was like, are we about to get A&M pilled again?
No.
Okay.
I told him what happened to A&M this weekend.
They lost, right?
3 times.
Yeah.
Because I saw the top 25 first, and then I posted that on Twitter, but I didn't actually delve into what they did.
You just said, I'm right. I'll take it.
That's exactly what I did.
I saw
And
your boy
was.
from Stanford hit a home run.
Yeah, Rintaro.
Yep, people were excited for him.
Japanese stuff.
Weeb.
I'm not a weeb. I just appreciate Japanese culture.
That's what Weebs would say.
Yeah, but you know what? The Japanese do not appreciate us.
What happened?
Apparently,
That was 80 years ago, John.
no. Quite frankly,
Dear God.
they deserved it. They were our enemies. But someone texted or not
We don't
tweeted at me
talk
this
about
weekend.
Japan World War II that often on this show, do we?
No, we don't.
It's always Mr. H.
It's usually Germany.
Somebody tweeted at us
Yeah.
over the weekend and said that our show is blocked in Japan.
Oh, my
The
God.
Grum?
That the Zone app. or
Oh,
or
okay. I was
Zone
gonna
is
say, but
blocked.
they allow the morning show and the Happer show.
No, it's just apparently this person who lives in Japan or travels to Japan
Trying to listen to the Grum.
tries to listen to us and it's blocked.
Sad.
So
On just the
maybe
app or
maybe we're still at war.
What about 1620thezone.com? What about podcasts?
I'm assuming
radio replays.
I'm sure they can listen to radio replays. Those can't be
maybe
blocked.
maybe all of 1620thezone.com is blocked.
well,
Wow.
I'd have to find the tweet.
Need
Maybe
some
I can be the ambassador since I talked about Rintaro Sasaki.
And that you are a weeb.
I'm not a weeb.
There was a moment in
Maybe that's why we're blocked
because of Nick. They're like, this
because
guy's a creep.
because he's appropriating their culture.
Nick, you're not allowed to do
I'm not
that.
appropriating anybody.
Man, on White Lotus last night, one of the characters talked about loving Asian women, and I thought of Nick.
Mm.
Oh, come on.
Mm.
No.
It was an all-time scene. I wish I can't talk TV with any of you except for Happer with Severance.
I know
Nobody
about TV,
watches White
Josh.
Lotus. Nobody watches The Pit. I need you guys to watch White Lotus.
Mm.
Last night's episode was so wild.
I've thought about White Lotus. I've thought about
It's great.
dipping my toes in.
Yeah, but you're too
Have
busy.
you considered college basketball?
I
It's
had,
a great show.
And
I had it on yesterday.
and you talk about it on this show.
All of it. We don't talk college basketball.
Yeah,
we
we
talk
do.
Creighton
Now
and
that we
Nebraska.
have a bracket, look at this bracket.
Got brackets.
I had the Big Ten game on yesterday. I had that game on. I had the SEC champion. I got the SEC point. Didn't get the Big Ten point.
Okay, Jay hit me up on Saturday night.
Williams.
Are you aware that I cannot
Cutler?
listen to 1620 The Zone feed in Japan? There are times when I'm at work and want to listen but cannot watch TV, and I'm unable to access the games, Huskers, and other content available. Not sure why.
Wow.
I mean, that might be a problem with
this-
how our Aircast is set up.
The 1620 app
Yeah.
says the content is not available in this region.
Wow.
I don't.
Sad.
I
We
don't
have
know.
blackouts in Japan.
I'm going to respond to him.
Check
Have
us out on
you-
YouTube.
Hudson might
Try.
actually know the reason behind
But
that.
this seems like a game situation. It's not our shows.
Oh.
Games are for sure region locked.
Yeah. So I
But-
wonder if
Well,
our
but not
shows-
Creighton.
Our show shouldn't be.
Unless it's the NCAA tournament. Creighton shouldn't be.
No, shouldn't. I mean,
unless there's just something that happens.
Unless there's just something that happens. Yeah. That's a great point.
Yeah, fair. You're right, Josh.
That's true. It's so true.
I'll respond to Jay and see how Jay responds.
Chance writes, "Hey babe, can you put on this kimono?" Nick Grimm.
No.
This has
He's
become
not denying that.
This has become my favorite 2025 bit.
That's
Yeah.
super weird. He's
It's
not
so,
denying
he's
that.
really not.
I'm not a weeb.
Okay.
Yeah, don't put it on the internet.
I bet your girlfriend appreciates the fact that you don't ask her to wear a thong. Instead, it's just one of them giant things that the sumo wrestlers wear, which is basically a thong, but it's much larger.
Oh, that's a weird
I
joke.
don't do that. That's weird, John. Don't be a weirdo.
It's the Japanese culture, sumo.
It's
We watch
just
you've
the
seen
Japanese.
sumo.
You know about the Japanese culture.
I know
Nick,
about
you
sumo.
do. You do know.
I know sumo. You're right.
He's probably got that next to the F1 channel on his.
Yeah,
Roku.
you see, he was tweeting about it this weekend. Nick's back in.
I'm back. I'm back at F1.
So does this mean Formula Fridays is back?
I don't know. I've thought about it. I briefly considered it.
Doing the pod again?
I thought about it.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
You have too
Potentially.
much baseball to be watching.
I do have a lot of baseball to watch.
Yeah, but the good news is they're not playing college baseball at 8 a.m. when most Formula One races are running.
That's true.
So you get the best of both worlds. You get to watch early and then take a couple hours for breakfast and then baseball.
Baseball.
Rick, one of our world travelers, says, unless it's something new, I don't think it's a blocking issue, but more of a geofencing type issue. I was able to get the Grum in Cyprus when I was there on business trips from 16 to 18, but I think I had issues in Bermuda getting the show. Look at
Well,
look at
again,
Rick.
but if it's geofencing, that means that they are.
Where are
Something's
we
going on.
That
fencing?
means they're blocking us.
Well, I think that's on our end if it's being geofenced. I think that's something with our app. and
we
how
need to
that's
fix
set up.
this.
Why-
We need to get
Somebody
into
pull up the
Japan.
globe.
Someone needs to tell Aircast we're no longer at war with the Japanese.
Yeah, we fixed this. We're handshake meeting.
Yeah,
now.
we're handshake memeing.
Yeah, this isn't
We
41
buy their
anymore.
cars and everything.
Yeah.
I wonder where the cutoff is, though, since they're getting it in Cyprus. That's pretty
Where is Cyprus?
Mediterranean.
Yeah.
Greece.
Awesome.
Whoa.
There's
know
a
about-
hill.
I want to go there.
I don't know about Cyprus. I got no takes. I'd love to go to Japan though.
Sounds
Weeb.
lovely. Sounds lovely.
Oh, Cyprus is a country. Cool.
What'd you think it was?
Well, he said Greece, so I was like, oh, it's somewhere in Greece.
you think it was Western Nebraska or something?
No, I mean probably everything is Western Nebraska if you're not Omaha. All right, shall we?
Yep, we shall.
Happer, have a great day.
Thanks.
Yep.
You guys too.
Thanks, Happer.
And we'll start at Grum next on 1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
You know, one of these days I'm actually going to hit on a game that's actually on instead of just ending. It's kind of depressing now that preseason baseball's over. We're going to have less baseball to watch in the day.
God, what the hell?
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Instead, we're going to be watching baseball from a country that has apparently banned us.
Sad.
I don't
Japan.
Think, I don't think it's on them.
No.
Not a weeb. I don't think it's their fault.
Interesting that the weeb is defending
the weeb
them.
is defending Japan.
Uh-huh.
Japanese just don't like us. I don't know why. My grandpa fought in the European theater.
Did you really?
Yep.
Wow.
My great-grandpa fought.
Lippincott or Bishop?
Bishop.
Nice.
Lippincott was a farmer, so...
Oh.
And he was a farmer with kids, and of course, we needed to feed the country and feed the military, so Grandpa Lippincott stayed here.
Shout out to Grandpa.
My great-grandpa on my mom's side was at Okinawa.
Wow.
In the Navy.
Look at this. That's World War II. That's chatting World War II.
Then I had like 5 other uncles and great-uncles who fought in Europe.
Man, if they had podcasts back then, that would be the title of one of the podcasts. Chatting World War II.
I wonder sometimes, so there was family lore, they called them the Grimm brothers. There was 5 brothers and then 1 sister. She was a nurse.
Yeah.
And then the guys all fought in Germany or in the European front, but my family was recently from Germany around that time.
Oh,
so
tough.
I wonder if it was like a trip for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be like the Civil War.
It would be. Brother against brother.
Brother against brother.
Schnitzel against schnitzel.
Mm-hmm. Civil War made an appearance.
How much
in
of it, though,
episode
was
1
brother against brother? I mean...
That's what they always said.
Yeah.
I know, but, you know, what are the odds that...
That's the original Thanksgiving table, argument over politics.
There's...
But what are the odds that some dude, you know, from upstate New York was related to the, related to some guy in the Confederate Army from Georgia?
Well, I mean, you know, there was a family who lived on the Mason-Dixon line, and Cletus was born on the south side.
That I
James
understand.
Was born on the north.
That I understand. Why does Cletus have to be the southern guy and James the north? Couldn't it be the other way around?
So, John,
maybe Cletus was originally born in the south, but then moved to the north and then became a part of the Union.
So reading from the Wikipedia page titled Brother Against Brother.
Brother against brother.
Brother against brother is a phrase used in histories of the American Civil War describing the predicament faced in families, primarily but not exclusively residents of border states, in which their loyalties and military service were divided between the Union and the Confederacy. There are a number of stories of brothers fighting in the same battles on opposite sides, or even brothers killing brothers over the issues. And it did have a list of examples. It looks like close to 10.
Wow.
So at least 10 brothers.
At least 10.
By the way, if you click on the brothers killing brothers, that is called fratricide.
Mm-hmm.
And there has to, Cain and Abel, the OG brother on brother crime. You know about Cain and Abel, Nick?
Oh, yeah.
You went to church when you were a kid.
I did.
People know about
That's
Cain
different. That's a different story than Cain and the Undertaker.
Much different.
Okay. I was getting those mixed
But they
up.
tried to kill each other, too.
They did.
Yeah.
Set each other on fire, bury each other. It was
there you go.
Pretty gnarly there for a while. And now
fratricide.
And now Cain's a mayor somewhere.
Wow.
Yeah. Up in Minnesota, isn't he?
Tennessee.
Oh, same thing.
You were thinking of the other wrestler
Tennessee?
who was up in Minnesota.
Yeah,
Tennessee
you're
or
right.
Kentucky. Maybe it's Kentucky.
John, maybe you'll interview this person when you are there this weekend.
No, I'll be too busy.
Busy. It's going to be a busy
busy.
week for all of us this week. You're doing a game on Thursday. I'm going to a watch party on Friday. What? I am.
That's not work.
What do you mean? You're watching basketball. I'm watching basketball.
I'm describing basketball.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean that's probably what I'll be doing to the winner of the prize. I'll
John
be
is-
describing what's happening.
John is going to be there
Are
calling
you
the
giving
Creighton.
tutorials?
I might. Hey, that's dribbling.
Josh is.
John's going to be there working really hard, calling the games. I'm going to be here behind the scenes, making sure things don't go off
Nick
the
will be
air.
pressing F9.
You're going to be eating a cheeseburger.
Oh, dude, I don't know. I might get those wings. I've had multiple people. I don't know if
Those
I
are
talked to you
really
about those
good
wings.
You didn't.
Yes.
You didn't.
My
no.
So
God.
we got wings. They were incredible. Schaefer
Yeah.
had
They
them the
looked
next.
good.
Schaefer had sadly eaten lunch before the event, so he took some of them home and he reheated them the next day. And he texted me, "Those wings are awesome." I got a text from one of my friends saying, "Hey, were those wings as good as you were making them out to be?" And I said, "Yes, they were." And so I believe he was going to go have them this last weekend too. I might get the wings again. Though that burger
Interesting.
looked really tasty.
It
Dude,
was
they
a
were
really
awesome.
good burger.
Yeah, everything.
Interesting.
We had a great time. I can't wait to get back there. Hope to be there many more times.
There, of course, is Prairie Flower Casino.
Yeah, I'll be there
in
on
Carter
Friday
Lake
for the watch party.
for the watch party.
Yeah.
You can't. We're done. We've given that prize away, right?
Yes.
Yep. We and I think we tried to call them earlier, or we did call them earlier today.
Somebody got a hold of this person.
Let's go. I can't wait to meet him.
In case you're wondering, just call Nick and ask him if you won.
Yes, great idea. 402-951-1620.
I don't remember the name of the person who won.
You get a prize.
Well, but maybe when they go get on the phone and say, "Yeah, my name is Cletus. I fought for the Union in the Civil
Oh,
War,"
yeah,
you'll
thank you,
remember and say,
Cletus.
"Oh no, Cletus, you did not win.
Yeah.
Actually, you won,
Brother
but you
against
didn't
brother?
win."
Yes, you won, but you didn't win this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would have been a hard thing for Hulk Hogan.
You won
to
the war,
handle.
you didn't win the battle.
Brother,
Oh, it really
brother
was.
against brother.
I bet Hulk Hogan would have fought for the other side in the Civil War.
Aaron writes, "I'm surprised no mention of St. Patrick's Day today." Yes, he would have, Nick. No mention of St. Patrick's Day today.
Yeah,
You're Catholic,
no.
John. Why don't you talk about your saint?
It's
Oh, yeah,
not-
you are
it's not-
Catholic.
It's not my saint.
Mr. Snake Boy.
It's not my saint.
Whose saint is it?
I don't
Is
know.
it the
It's the
Lutheran
it's,
saint?
it was
No,
the
Lutherans
dude.
don't
that-
have saints.
It's the dude that
Why not?
chased the snakes out of Ireland,
Ireland.
allegedly.
All right. Cool. Hope everybody has a good day.
Yeah. Enjoy.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes.
I'm not going to call it a fake holiday. I would never do that.
Well, I mean,
But it just seems like another excuse for people to get hammered.
well, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, it's appropriating to get drunk.
That's exactly what it is.
Okay. Well,
You know?
that's not for me.
Well, especially on a Monday.
Yeah, it's so early in the week.
I
Still have
was
things to do.
so disappointed when I left my house this morning.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait, I'm wearing green.
Yep.
Oh no, this wasn't on purpose.
Yeah, I just put this on, not even
I-
thinking about it.
like,
either.
This
I know.
This is a really
John, I thought you were
well,
going all in.
I put
This is. I mean, it's a very. I think it's more dark gray, isn't it?
It's a very
it
dark.
is kind of great.
We need Aaron Sorensen to
I
come
mean,
in here and help us with the color coding.
Lincoln
again.
Southwest, their main color is green, but
Yeah.
this is a very dark green.
It's really annoying. I woke up
I
this
did
morning,
not think about it.
I opened the dresser. I'm like, Rocky shirt. I have Rocky's hat that goes with Rocky's shirt.
Yeah.
And I left. I'm like, wait a minute.
So I guess we are celebrating
There you go.
unintentionally.
Accidentally.
Look at
but,
us.
But for those of you who celebrate intentionally, do it safely and don't
Yeah.
drive drunk,
Get an Uber.
please. Grum down.
Let's go.
Brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Nice.
Higgins, that might be Irish.
We should ask.
Maybe John Higgins is celebrating
Awesome.
St. Patrick's Day.
Hope he has a great day.
Dueling nines. 2 9 seeds. Men versus Louisville, women versus Illinois on the Creighton side of things.
Uh-huh.
Welcome to the dance, Omaha. Mavs versus Rick Pitino.
Welcome to the Big East, the Summit League.
You know, Omaha, like, will I pick them to win? No. But
Little
But,
little
there's a
frisky.
but.
given,
There's a but.
and you know this as well as anybody, given how clunky the St. John's offense can be at times,
Except for the last 12 minutes of Saturday.
except for the last 12 minutes of Saturday when they decided let's not miss any shots, but maybe one.
It was 2.
It is always going to give you a chance to win if you are knocking down shots, even
Yes.
as the lower seed.
Yes.
That's what they're hoping for. If they get clunky St. John's, they're going to have a chance. If they get second, last 12 minutes St. John's, then they're going to get run out the gym. But there's always a possibility.
Yes, there is. Was this the worst job by a committee ever? I mean, there's
Wow,
always
people
the
are so
takes.
mad. Yeah,
There's always the takes, but the takes were really hot.
yeah. Oh,
Really, really hot.
I have
And-
4th degree burns from this takes.
Yeah, there's some tough
pit?
ones out there.
Instead of thinking the pit.
third degree burn.
I'm gonna have to get on my soapbox for a minute.
Oh boy,
That's not like you.
John! Oh no, I have to get on my soapbox.
I do.
This is like Stephen A. Well, I didn't want to respond to LeBron, but I guess
You know what?
Yeah.
That's why it
I'm
smells
gonna-
like varnish in the studio. He just refinished it.
I did. It was getting a little worn.
Yeah.
We got to stop with the too tough nonsense. I'll explain.
Oh, I already see where you're going.
It's okay to be vulnerable.
And it's going to be directed here locally.
Therapy is good.
It's going to be directed here locally.
You talking about Nebraska fans?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay.
Carney?
Stay tuned.
UNK fans.
By the
Lopers.
way, congratulations. UNK won the Division II Wrestling Championship and didn't get their program cut the same day.
That's a congratulations from one person on the show. I would like to abstain from the congratulations.
Oh, come on. They wrestling. They won. They're national champions.
And they didn't get their program cut.
Bad sport. Try different sport, please, next time.
Send your hate mail to Josh at
I'm so afraid of the
1620thezone.com.
wrestlers.
When you have to bring up stats from the John Sanders era, woof. Michael Severe Mondays.
Nice.
Seeking practice players, but not those.
Wow,
practice
another.
players.
There's so many basketball
There's a lot of
emojis. Can we
basketballs
get a
on here.
football emoji on here?
Or a baseball emoji?
And Josh Lied, spring gonna die
I
again.
did not. You can't say this.
Yes, I can.
No, you cannot.
You said Friday the snow was done.
After Wednesday.
You can't
it says
do that.
it on the graphic.
You can't do
I
that.
declare it. Why can't I do
Well,
what
guess
is
what's
my
gonna
own?
happen?
After it says it after
if there is
Wednesday.
one single solitary snowflake, and someone's gonna have to do this for me, I will be in Lexington.
Yeah, we know.
But
Yeah.
anybody here in Omaha finds one single snowflake that falls from the sky at 12 a.m. Thursday morning,
Yeah.
I want you to make sure to document it so that we can shame properly Josh for once again cursing us with more winter.
But when there's not snow, I want everyone to celebrate and say, sir, big strong men, tears in their eyes.
When there's snow,
Or-
we're going to
or-
parade Josh through the streets naked.
Or just say,
Shame.
yeah.
Shame.
By the
Just,
way,
just say the fact that, Blind Hog finds the corn by morning.
no, it would be.
Because it would be the
Josh,
first
you're
time you
best.
were ever right about anything.
No, the first time I'd ever be right about this. I've been right about stuff before. How about the fact that it's like 80 degrees here today?
It is.
And then it's going to be another blizzard on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And then it's going
Yeah.
right back. No, I said after Wednesday.
That doesn't count.
No, I feel like you guys should be looking at me saying, wow, Josh nailed it.
No,
He is
no,
predicting
you
the
didn't.
snowstorm, but saying that's the last one.
You're not
Yeah, but you
predicting
didn't
it.
say
you
that.
saw it was on the website where it says it was going to snow
Wrong.
on
I'm
Wednesday.
looking at my models, Nick. My models.
Your models do
That's what-
not want to be looked
That's what
at by
meteor-
you.
That's what meteorologists do. They just look at websites. Why can they look at websites?
Because they're qualified to.
Well, I am too.
They know what they're looking at.
I know how to go to weather.com /10-day.
402-951-1620. You can either call or text
Nice.
or call and ask Nick if you won the watch party that Josh will be giving basketball tutorials.
Oh.
I don't know if you did or not.
I can't wait. It's going to
Different
be so
department.
much fun.
Josh will be walking around with wing sauce staining his hands and his lips
Oh my gosh.
while telling you about the art of the double dribble.
Oh man, yes, I will tell them about the double dribble. What about carrying? They don't call it very much anymore.
No,
but
they don't.
I know about carrying.
They really don't.
They don't. No,
do
they
people
definitely.
still carry or do they just not call?
No, they definitely carry. Yeah, they carry, but they don't call it.
In this state, you can conceal carry. with a
Nice.
permit.
You don't need a permit anymore.
Oh wow.
Oh, they
congrats.
got rid of that,
Yeah,
didn't they?
Nebraska's open carry now.
Oh, congrats, Nick.
Great. It's just like 1880s Dodge City all over again. Just what we always wanted.
Interesting.
Email.
I make fun of the wrestlers, and you're like, whoa, but you make fun of the gun owners.
I didn't make fun of. No, I didn't make fun of them.
Yikes.
I'm just saying it's allowed.
That's true. For the record, I handshake meme with John making fun of him. What else do we got on the show? Equitable Bank Inbox.
The Equitable Bank Inbox.
Josh at 1620 the zone. John at 1620zone.com.
Even Nick at 1620zone.com.
Even Nick, yeah.
Oh, it's just Nick. You don't
We
put
should have
even.
we should have made it even, Nick. That way it'd be even fun.
Mm.
Before, and you wouldn't be getting those emails from Bob. I'm guessing your inbox is polluted with the
yeah.
Crown this morning.
A few Crown things. It's still
Uh-huh.
mostly just Apple ID stuff.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
That's funny.
See,
Nick,
that
I
would-
know everything you buy.
I wish we would have thought about this earlier. We could have given.
Oh,
We
could
could have.
be a contest. Did Nick buy this? Did Nick Bob buy this?
I've tried to get a hold of him so many times.
Nick. He's busy right now, Nick.
He is.
He's getting ready for the
He's
tournament.
getting ready for. Well, he'll be doing the March Madness for
Westwood One.
Westwood One,
God,
but
that's
then
amazing.
in between, a little Crown action.
Wait, he's doing the Crown? Is he on TV?
I believe he's doing.
Him and Kevin?
I believe he's doing some stuff for the Crown
Wow.
on Fox.
Good for him. That's awesome. He loves basketball.
I spoke.
And Crowns.
I spoke with I have spoke in the last 48 hours
Yeah.
with 2 Fox announcers, not named Nick Baugh, who are participating in the crown.
Are they excited?
Very excited.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
Very excited.
Gotta love it. I love it.
Very excited. Gus and Kevin were both very excited.
You talked to Gus?
Yeah, he was behind the scenes talking to Mac.
Behind
and
the
then
scenes.
What did
he
you
came
say to
over.
him? Say, I love how you prep.
I did not say that.
You say, I loved that call of that interception by Ohio State in the game back in November.
I didn't because I didn't see it.
Oh, okay.
I didn't see it.
Mm.
Asked how his year was going.
What did he say?
He'll be done soon. He's doing the crown. He says he might be doing a couple of playoff games for Turner, and then after that, he'll be.
That's right. He did call some NBA games last year. Wow.
Yeah.
And then it's summertime for him.
And then it's summertime.
That's good.
for him.
Good for him.
But,
Always nice.
but
to
they
have
are
some time
very
off.
excited to do
Good.
the crown.
I hope that they have great broadcasts.
I do too.
JTech Construction's on Twitter feed as well if you want to hit us up there.
Yes, at USC 1620.
Yep.
Yes,
There we go.
There you go.
That's the show.
we did it.
So many people are triggered. Many people are triggered about the selection yesterday.
I can't wait to find out why.
Oh,
Well, I know one of the teams.
Yeah.
I know one team that's pissed off everybody.
Yeah.
I know one team that's pissed off everybody.
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
Glad to have you with us on a Monday.
Yeah.
1620 The Zone.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is to Backlot Pizza and Kitchen. Get $50 in gift certificates for only $25. Backlot Pizza and Kitchen in Elkhorn is a must-visit for anyone craving a unique dining experience. Backlot Pizza and Kitchen, 204th and Q next to ACX Cinema 12+.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
With UBT, you've got total control over your money. Like Doug, who runs his game day tailgate like a well-oiled machine.
I got burgers, brats, chicken, dogs, plus all the fixins. And with the UBT Go app, I can track my food spending from anywhere.
Pro move.
They don't call me Grill Sergeant for nothing.
No matter your goals, UBT helps you feel good about reaching them. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
Tell you what, man, these zone deals are getting really good.
What is it this week, John?
Well, it's a Backlot Pizza and Kitchen.
Let's go.
Located in Elkhorn, 204th and Q. Detroit-style pizza, smash burgers, appetizers, a whole lot more. Cocktail menu's always good. They have a great old-fashioned. And
I do like an old-fashioned. You had an old-fashioned in Vegas.
I love old fashions.
Whether you're stopping by for a meal with friends or weekend brunch or anything else, Backlot Pizza and Kitchen. Welcoming atmosphere, exceptional food, and you can listen for your chance to win $50 in gift vouchers this week.
Nice.
From us, which means it's going to have to happen probably Wednesday.
I was going to say.
We're not on Thursday and Friday due to the NCAA tournament.
That's true.
NCAA tournament, as some would prefer you say it. But you can get two $25 gift vouchers for $25 this Friday at 9 at 1620thezone.com.
Nice. By the way, speaking of the short week, we just confirmed that tomorrow, as you are traveling, gallivanting to the Eastern time zone,
Again.
Mike Stibbs will be in. So for those who are like, I love hardcore sports talk in mid-March, you're going to enjoy tomorrow's show. That's all I'll say. The most hardcore of hardcore sports comes when Stibbs is back in the building. That's what they say.
Well, there were folks mad online and mad offline yesterday.
That doesn't sound real.
At the NCAA.
Uh-oh.
And
what were they most mad about? Is it?
Oh, it's North Carolina.
I was going to say, is it North Carolina?
It is North Carolina with a bullet.
Yeah, people are pretty pissed.
So Carolina gets in, Texas gets in, Xavier gets in, West Virginia, Indiana gets left out.
Mm-hmm.
And looking at the last bracket matrix, only 5 of 220 brackets, 5 of 220 brackets thought West Virginia was going to miss out.
Wow.
Only 30 of 220 brackets thought Indiana was going to get left out.
Meanwhile,
Carolina was only in on 53 of 220 brackets.
Man.
While Texas and Xavier were 85 of 220. And, of course, the fact that the athletic director, Bubba Cunningham, is on the committee, and while we all know, or at least we should by now, because, I mean, Bruce Rasmussen used to give us the tutorial every year when he was on the committee. When your team is being discussed, and if you have a relationship with that school, if you're the
athletic director,
you have to leave the room.
Yeah.
Now,
so there you go, John. Everything's on the up and
I
up.
do think there is a plausibility because you have been around the rest of the committee all year. They meet on and off, during the season, but then you get towards the end of the season and you see each other a lot. And certainly, I would not doubt if there's just a little, if I'm not even saying it's a conscious thing, it's more subconscious, where, hey, you've been around this guy, you've been around this dude, and maybe you tend to look at their school a little more favorably.
Just planting the seeds like Littlefinger.
Nice, Nick.
So
yes.
I won't totally rule out the conspiracy theory heads who say that Cunningham being there didn't have something to do with this.
Well, how many?
But I would also say, I think also what had something to do with this is
that it's North Carolina?
It's North Carolina.
I was going to say, in the lead up to yesterday, I was thinking, and we never really talked about them that much.
No.
But throughout the entire process, I was always kind of operating that they were going to get in, especially when they went on that nice winning streak to end the season. And I know they lost in the semis to Duke in the ACC tournament, but they had a really strong finish. I think they won 5 out of their last 6, and the only game they lost was to Duke, and then they won, 1 or 2 games in the ACC tournament, and then again they lose to Duke. I was operating under this assumption that they were going to get in because of that. And maybe that's a conspiratorial mindset that I have about things such as this, but it ended up proving itself to be true, even though only 53. I mean, John, that's not even 25% of 220 brackets
Yeah.
on the last day that had them in. That is wild.
Yeah, it
Absolutely
is.
wild.
Yeah, it is crazy. And when you look at the side by sides, and the thing that everyone kept pointing back to in North Carolina is they went 1-12 against Q1.
Well, and I didn't see this.
1-12.
Did you see that? Were you watching when they announced them on the selection show yesterday?
Yeah.
They combined it into quad 1 and 2.
Yeah.
When they talked about Carolina, which obviously to try to help make their case as a TV entity. But yeah, they played teams, but they didn't beat any of them. They beat absolutely nobody this year in a super down conference. And so I get it. If anyone wants to say, guys, come on, the only reason they're in is because they're North Carolina. Who am I to argue? You know?
I mean, yeah, is it conspiratorial? Sure it is. But name brands matter. And don't think for 1 second as human beings that those things don't matter. Now, of course, the argument for North Carolina is, well, they played the 5th toughest schedule, non-conference.
Yeah, but if you don't win.
But if you don't win
who
those
cares?
games, what difference does it make?
Yeah.
And the team that probably has the biggest gripe, West Virginia, they played the 62nd ranked non-conference strength of schedule.
Nebraska.
So it's not like a huge difference because remember, there's over 360 teams in Division One. So really the difference between 5th and 62nd isn't such a glaring difference, especially when you compare it to the fact that West Virginia won 6 quad 1 games and North Carolina won 1. One. I mean, at some point, you got to win the games you play.
100%. Well, that's why you play them, ultimately. It's like the discussion we had about the college football playoff. Tougher schedules are great, but wins should matter. Like, it should matter. That's why you play.
I also do wonder if there was maybe a little bit of a concern within the committee that, man, if we don't put North Carolina in, that means the ACC is only going to get 3 teams.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
but the ACC had an historically weak year for them
100%
this season. But the thing that really did not help the committee's cause was when they did the interviews and explained what was going on. Here is Bubba Cunningham, the committee chair and athletic director at North Carolina, with Mad Dog Unleashed, Mad Dog Chris Russo.
Mm-hmm.
And he was asked.
Was this today or was this yesterday?
This was, I think it may have been it was either this morning or last night.
Okay.
But it was after the selection.
Yeah.
But here was Bubba Cunningham's justification for leaving West Virginia out.
The injury to DeVries is one of the factors. Player availability is one of the things that we take a look at. And they had a few great wins early in the year when he was eligible. He had a great year all year long. They did, even without him. But ultimately, when the final decision came by the committee and the voting was done, they were just on the outside looking in. And it's really disappointing for any team that doesn't make the field. And, West Virginia, Indiana, Ohio State, Boise State, those are the 4 teams that didn't make it. Carolina wasn't in until the Memphis win and ended up being the extra team in. So
but DeVries got hurt in November. They played a full schedule without him. They won 10 league games. They won at Kansas. They beat Iowa State, who's a 3 seed. I mean, I would hope that you guys didn't kill the team's season. Those kids on that team who played 3 months without that player, and you said, well, you know what? The player's out, so we're not going to put him in the tournament because that's not fair. You can't have that team play all year, and now you tell me, well, they're not going to make it because DeVries is out. That's not a fair thing to do to that team. Hopefully the committee didn't do that.
No, that's not what happened at all. They had an outstanding year. But we also know that a couple of the wins early were when he was eligible, and they were 13-10 after he went out. So that's part of the reason that the committee made the decision that they made.
Okay, yeah, it's part of the reason, but don't say that wasn't the thing that kept them out when you just said that's part of the reason why you kept them out.
Wasn't that like the literal first part of his answer? He said it to start the whole answer. So how are you going to say that and then say it didn't matter?
So they are using the injury to Tucker DeVries, which happened after the 8th game of the season.
That's wild, man.
They played an entire rest of the season, and sure, they went 13-10 after that happened. But as you heard Mad Dog mention, hey, they beat KU. They beat Iowa State, 2 teams that are in the top 7 seeds. And this is why I completely reject the notion of injuries to players affecting how teams are dealt with by the committee. I outwardly reject it on its face. I don't care if players get hurt. You go by what the team did.
Well, the wild part about that
and
too
this is what West Virginia did, because there's some interesting stuff. Eamon Brennan wrote about this today on his Substack, and he said, maybe we've missed some examples along the way, but we can't remember the last time a justification for a team being left out of the field involved one of that team's key wins coming over a team that also had injuries on that night. You're digging into some 4th and 5th level analysis there. You're opening up an industrial pallet of worm-filled cans. Was every win over Iowa State when the Cyclones had injuries evaluated similarly? And remember, Iowa State, they lost some key dudes about a month ago and lost a couple of games. So did the committee look into that? And did Iowa State get docked for those games? They get, what?
Yeah, and going back to the injury thing, because you've been saying this for years.
I hate it.
This is the remote
Just
is
broke the
broken
remote
again. This has come up multiple times when we've discussed sports, but the difference normally is that it is like, as Star Wars Fiend says, would this be comparable to what happened to Florida State? Granted, star QB, probably not, but closest we have. No, the difference between this and that is if the quarterback for Florida State would have gotten hurt in September.
Yeah.
Like, that's the wild part is normally when we're having this discussion, it is an injury like the time with Ohio State when JT Barrett got hurt. Yeah, but that was November. At least in that, it's like, well, it's late in the year. They're trying to figure out stuff. I've always been with you, though, on you can't take it into account. But this is wild to see him say that. And shout out to Russo, because he pushes back immediately, points out when the injury happens immediately, then goes through the other wins that they had along the way. And he's like, whoa, never mind. That's not exactly what I meant. It's like, but why did you bring it up first then? He tied himself into a knot.
Well, sure, but then he mentioned it again. Well, but those wins came when he was still eligible.
I would say that this is entirely different than any injury-related discussion that you and I have ever had, whether it's related to basketball or in recent years football. I've never seen something like that where it's an injury before the turn of the count, before Christmas, that we're talking about in terms of mattering for a team's getting into the tournament.
So Gonzaga, Louisville, Arizona, there's 3. Let's just go ahead and pretend that there's some plausibility here. They would still have 3 quad 1 wins without Tucker DeVries to North Carolina's 1.
Yeah.
So
that's wild.
I mean, if there is a school that has a right to be angry today, in my opinion, it is definitely West Virginia. Not saying Indiana probably doesn't have a valid argument as well, but in my opinion, West Virginia definitely has an argument.
Tomorrow we have Hot Take Market. Hot takes we could be talked into. Hot takes we believe. Tony says, have a conspiracy that I can be talked into. This is why they want to expand the tournament, by putting in someone like a North Carolina instead of a West Virginia. So use this as reason to expand.
If anything, it's a reason not to expand.
Yeah, I know. Seriously, man. The bottom of this, of the very edge of the at-large teams, and then you look at the next group, and
forget about this group. The West Virginias, the Indianas that got left out. You don't have to dig much deeper than that to see some really mid teams.
Yeah. Seriously, it's horrible.
And that's who you would be getting if you expanded the tournament to 76 or whatever the magic number is.
And Ralph Rousseau had a long piece about it today in The Athletic, and it certainly seems like, and we believed it for a while, I'm guessing, if the money, as long as the money is there, and as long as the money is, it's a bigger piece of pie, it's a bigger pie rather than the same slice or the same size with fewer slices or more slices, whatever. You know what I'm trying. Good Lord.
Pie.
But I think it's going to happen. And I don't think it's going to be good.
Is it an apple pie?
Might be, Nick.
Cherry
Maybe
pie?
that's why I don't like it, because I don't like pie very much.
Blueberry pie?
Max says, for God's sake, Nebraska would likely be in the expanded tourney. Maybe the last team, but still. They would definitely be close. And eight additional teams, they would have been on the edge. I think they probably would have slightly missed because of the meltdown at the end of the year, but they'd been right in the mix.
But I'm sorry that we just don't need more mid. Because again, the argument that'll give more mid majors a chance to get in.
Hell no, it won't.
No, it won't.
Go look at the look at the next team. The 8 teams out on Bart. It was. I remember doing the exercise on one of the days that you were gone, and I think it was like 7 power and one G5.
San Francisco.
Oh, Bill Russell
would be the 8th team.
And otherwise, it's all power.
Well,
right?
I'm sorry, Boise State 2.
Okay, so 2. So it would have been 6 out of 8 would have been from the power. Yeah.
So no.
Mitchell, but if we expand the tournament to 256 teams, Nebraska might have a shot of making it and potentially getting their first win. They could.
Yeah, and let's just throw even more dirt on the regular season of college basketball and say, doesn't matter.
Dumb.
I do, though, because it is related to this.
Yeah.
Because there are a couple of other teams on this graphic we're sharing on ZoneTV.live.
Yeah.
One that has great interest to this area.
What's that?
That'd be Louisville.
Louisville, yeah. That's the other thing. It's like everyone's mad about North Carolina, but the seeding has been a large topic of discussion I've gathered over the last 24 hours.
It has, but I have an issue
with
the reaction.
With the takes.
John having an issue with something?
And that's why I had to revarnish the soapbox.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So we'll get to that next on 1620 The Zone. But all of these schools, they all rely on NIL to recruit and retain their athletes. And if you would like to help your program win, On the Line is here for you, for us, the little guy, the guy who doesn't have tens of thousands of dollars to give to the different collectives. But with On the Line, you can do it and kind of make a game out of it. Here's how it works. You go to athleticsontheline.com because On the Line partners with all 3 major Nebraska Division I institutions, Nebraska, Omaha, Creighton. You pick your favorite school, then you pick a measurable metric. If you're watching the basketball, maybe it's points, maybe it's just for every tournament win. In other sports, could be home runs in baseball, could be touchdowns in football. It doesn't matter. You attach a dollar figure to that metric, and then when that metric hits, that becomes your donation towards your school's NIL. You set the budget, so it will be definitely affordable for you, but it's a fun way to do it. Gamify your giving and reward your team when your team rewards you. So to find out more, visit On the Line at athleticsontheline.com. That's the website, athleticsontheline.com, based right here in Omaha. Good people right here in our neck of the woods, helping out our favorite teams win. athleticsontheline.com. Well, the stations of the Zone are your home for everything NCAA tournament. I mean, we got you covered.
Oh.
We got you covered like a blanket.
Oh, nice.
Like a nice weighted blanket too.
Never used a weighted blanket.
No, I hate those, man. Too hot. Way too
That's
hot.
always my thought too. I've never used one. It seems like it'd be too hot.
It's more of a comfort thing. Warmth, sure, I guess, but
Yeah, great if you're outside in a blizzard, which will happen on Wednesday thanks to Josh.
No,
but
I recognize that this was coming.
But
shout out to me.
We have Creighton, of course. We'll have all the coverage of the Jays starting first game of the day on Thursday.
Wow.
Right here.
11:15 Omaha time, God's time.
Hell yeah, baby.
You'll hear John's voice.
10 o'clock is our Blue Jay shoot-around pregame.
Real quick, what if you went there and you just didn't acknowledge Eastern time?
Well-
just still live on Central time?
Well, that would not be a good idea.
Why not? What are they going to do if you say it's 11:15 to me? What are they going to do? Arrest you?
Well,
Throw you in prison?
I guess I'm
along.
as long as I'm on time for things. That's all.
Yeah, just do that. You just got to do the math. I think I'm going to start doing that when we go to the other time again later this year in November. I'm going to say, nope, sorry. Our show is now from 3 to 7. That's how I'll exist. Yeah. Anyway, sorry.
Of course, the Mavs. Late night with the Mavs. Well, not late night, but mid prime time, we'll call it. With
After
the Mavs.
dinner with the Mavs.
Remember when one person on this show poop talked the Mavs?
No.
Josh?
Me?
Remember when you poop talked?
No,
their
I just
trash
said the
can
trash can
fun?
bit is it's a bit much.
And now,
Well,
now they're 15th.
And now they're the 15th.
They're
seed.
not 15th, Nick. They're the
15th
15th
seed.
seed.
And the good news is the size of the trash can they're using, Rick Pitino easily could fit in there.
Is it that big? Or is he that small?
He's not a big man. He's
Okay, I don't
he's a
know. I've never
smaller
seen him
man.
in person. I
He's
don't
a-
go to games,
He's a
John.
smaller man.
Okay.
So we'll have coverage of the Mavs,
Women
and the great women.
They play Saturday night, 6:15 in Austin, Texas, against the Illinois Fighting Illini.
And of course, we have been your home of March Madness for years. So all of the other
tournament.
games will be available as well. So whether it's 1620, 1180 The Zone, News Talk 1290, we got you covered everywhere.
That is awesome.
Just make sure you
like and
follow
subscribe.
like and subscribe. Follow our social medias for the latest
All the
on game
schedules.
times. And a reminder, we are not allowed to stream
Yes.
the March Madness, but if you download the Varsity Network app,
Mhm.
you'll be able to get my call, Gary's call, and all of the Westwood One calls at your fingertips.
So it is streamed, just not streamed on the Zone
It
app.
cannot be streamed on the Zone
if you say-
family of apps.
Yeah, if you say I only
Which, so
listen
the
on
good news is the
Especially
Japanese
in
might be
Japan.
able to get it.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah,
Unless
maybe.
they've blocked the Varsity Network too.
Well, let's hope that they haven't.
I hope
I
they
can't
haven't.
wait. I'll be listening in on Thursday.
So when we posted the graphic earlier, when we were discussing North Carolina and West Virginia,
Yeah.
there were a couple of teams that really the committee and the bracket matrix folks really disagreed on.
Yeah, they were way off.
The Memphis Tigers. You know, it was funny. So yesterday mid-afternoon, I started just kind of working ahead and kind of looking at bracket matrix. Okay, these might be the teams that Creighton plays. So I was just getting the skeletal framework of my spotting charts ready. And Memphis was one of the teams I had done.
I'm guessing Louisville wasn't.
Louisville was not. And wouldn't you know who won the pony? Look at
Wild.
Memphis. Memphis got a 5 seed from the committee, but their average on bracket matrix was 7.75. So that's a difference of nearly 3 seed lines.
Basically an 8 seed.
Memphis got a kiss from basically being an 8th seed to a 5th seed. And then Louisville went the other way. Louisville had a bracket matrix average of 5.8. They were an 8th seed. That's a difference of 2.2 spots.
And so that is the most and most on either side.
Yeah, because every other team among the top 12 seeds were all basically within 1 seed line when you look at the bracket matrix average and where they ended up. They all were within 1.
Do you think they mixed up the letters? I mean, M is close to L.
Well, in the alphabet, they're next to each other, but
Maybe
they don't
that's what
look
happened.
anything alike.
That's true.
Now, of course, how this impacts the Jays is obviously they're not playing Memphis, they're playing Louisville.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of people mad online about the matchup. Oh, and by the way, it happens to be happening an hour away from Louisville's campus. Lexington is only about an hour away from Louisville, so this will basically be a Louisville home game.
And this is coming off the
They're going to
back
be an
of-
underseeded team. They might be angry.
And Creighton was just playing in an arena where they were the road team in a neutral site. Creighton
Correct.
fans seem very triggered right now.
They were mad.
Mad online.
And, there's some interesting stuff here. Patrick Davis, we like Patrick. Patrick's one of our buddies.
I love Patrick.
Assistant Sports Information Director at Creighton.
Thank you, Patrick.
He went and did some research.
Okay.
Looked at the ACC. Teams with 2 or fewer conference losses since 1979. Seeding began in the NCAA in 1979.
Okay.
And every 1 or 2 loss ACC team, talking conference record,
okay,
was a 1 or a 2 seed in the Big Dance, except for 2. One was this year's Clemson team, which went 18-2. They were a 5th seed.
ACC.
And the other was Louisville, who was an 8th seed.
ACC.
I mean, you talk about...
Wow, disrespect.
This is all ACC teams, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every ACC team prior to this season that finished with 2 or fewer conference losses was either a 1 seed or a 2 seed. And this year, Clemson's a 5 and Louisville's an 8.
Mm-hmm.
On the other side, of course, the Jays finished 2nd this year in the Big East.
Yeah.
And since 1979, when you look at teams that finished 2nd or better, the vast majority of them were either a 1 seed or a 2 seed. There's a smattering of 3s. There's 4 4s. There's 4 5s. There's a 6. There's 2 7s. And then there's this year's Creighton team, who is a 9th seed.
Yeah.
For a 2nd place Big East team. Lowest seed ever for a 2nd place Big East team.
Gosh, and I think back to, well, this is a good comment first. Mike says 2 ACC teams got screwed and they put UNC in. Yeah, those don't really work well together.
It doesn't.
I digress.
Which maybe is a reason why they got put in, because we got to make up for these. I don't know.
We talked when we did predictions on Friday. One of the things that we did was guess the seed. We did it for the Creighton women. We did it for the Creighton men. We did it for Omaha. I think we all got Omaha right.
No.
I was way off on the Creighton men. I thought that they would win the league. They got to the final. They did not win. I thought, though, that getting there would definitely have them in prime position to move up to. I thought that they'd be at 8 at worst if they got to the title game, and I thought they won. They could have been a 7. Now the question that I have is, where would they have been seated had they lost to DePaul? If they wouldn't have had that incredible comeback on Thursday, are we talking about them as a 10?
Yeah. I
think
so.
Like that is wild to
I think
me,
so.
because I never thought that they were. I never thought that they were in the mix for that. I thought that they were comfortably a 9, if not an 8, and maybe a 7 if things broke their way. And now we're probably talking about them maybe being an 8 if they beat St. John's. I mean, I guess probably right, because it would have been a nice win for them. But that's nuts. Not what I expected at all going into the weekend.
So I mention all of that, and sure, do I think Louisville got the short stick? Yes. Is it quote unquote fair that Louisville gets a home game? Maybe that's their
hell. How does Auburn feel, John? If they have to play Louisville, if Louisville wins,
that's true.
They're probably pissed.
Auburn's a number 1 seed, and if they play Louisville, guess what? They're gonna feel like they are an underdog. So
Yeah.
you could look at that. You could look at it in a couple of different ways. My issue is with the complaining coming from locally.
From Creighton fans?
Yes. It's time to stop whining about the draw and the assignment, because I have heard enough recently about people crying about things being too tough. We should be walking to fights, not away from fights. We have discussed ad nauseum the last few weeks a certain decision made by a certain local program about not scheduling certain teams.
Yes.
And how much I dislike it.
Yes.
I would be hypocritical today if I didn't at least call some of this complaining out. Now, I get it. There's a difference between intentionally or not intentionally scheduling teams versus being assigned to teams. But it all falls under the same umbrella of it's a losing mindset to walk into something saying this isn't fair. Used to happen all the time around here when Nebraska got sent to Orange Bowls to have to play Florida schools.
Mm-hmm.
And I think subconsciously, sure, those Florida schools were mostly better than the Nebraska teams in many of those bowl games. Not all of them, but many of them. But I don't think it helped. I don't think it was healthy. Winning a championship is supposed to be tough. This tournament is a representation of the 68. I'm not saying it is the 68 best teams, but it is a representation of the 68 best teams in the sport. You have to expect it to be tough. It is your job to be tougher. Now, I'm speaking to fans. I don't think Greg McDermott is telling his players any of this stuff, and I hope that there's nobody inside of the organization thinking, man, we got hosed here by this draw.
Yeah, you might be disappointed for 5 seconds, and then you get ready for the game.
Have some faith, Jays fans, in your program. This is the program that's been to 3 Sweet 16s in the last 4 years. That's your program. This is the program that's been to 10 NCAA tournaments in the last 14 years. Your program. Yeah, great. Their fans have an hour drive. Guess what? You might have some Kentucky stragglers, because not every Kentucky fan from Big Blue Nation is going to be following the Wildcats to their destination. I forget where they're playing. You might get some UK fans sitting in that building saying, we would love to root against the Cardinals.
Mm-hmm.
So you might have some love in there. Sure, you're going to have a lot of red in the building. Oh, well. You've been there, you've done that. You've been to Lincoln playing in front of 15,000 people dressed in red, and you won. Yeah, it didn't happen this weekend against St. John's, so be it. But embrace the challenge. Enjoy the ride. I don't like the mindset that people are out there saying, oh man, we got screwed on this draw and all this other stuff. Don't think that way. Pray that your team's not thinking that way. I don't think they are, but pray that they're not thinking that way. I hate that mentality. Winning a championship is supposed to be tough. Be tough. When that ball goes up on Thursday morning, Omaha time, noon,
11:15 Omaha time.
In the WOTE time zone. When that ball goes up, guess what doesn't matter anymore? What number is next to that team's name? Except for the number to the right of the team's name, which is the score. Because when that ball goes up, it don't matter anymore. Prepare to win, play to win. I don't like the loser mentality. I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm going to call out Matt Rule and some Husker fans, I'm going to be fair and I'm going to be honest. Don't do it, Jays fans. Don't do it.
Yeah, the first thing I thought of when the field was announced yesterday was a conversation that you and I had almost 4 years ago now about the baseball team, the Nebraska baseball team. When we thought, wow, they did a lot of work. They put themselves in great position, and then they were sent to Fayetteville, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I remember coming on the air the next few days, and a lot of the fans were super pissed. But it didn't seem like the players were that bothered by it, or if they were putting on the best face possible, and they were just getting ready for the basketball. So I understand as a Creighton fan if you're annoyed, but I mean, by Thursday, I have to imagine that everyone's just going to say, let's go play some basketball.
You got to play basketball.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, this is Louisville's breaking the longest drought of not making the tournament in 60 years. They ain't been here. You have. So, you know what? Go play the damn game. Have faith in your program. Your program's been the better program than Louisville the last, 10 years, really.
Yeah.
So have faith.
Sensor Natty.
Have faith. I don't like reading that stuff.
It's interesting. The Creighton fans are disagreeing with you.
Fine, disagree with me.
The Nebraska fans are supporting you. This is wild.
Blue Jay Bishop is dead.
Yeah. Adam says, I disagree with John. I haven't read anywhere that the fans' mindset is we are screwed, might as well give up. It's been more discussing around not understanding the seeding. Big difference.
Then you have not seen what I have seen on the Twitter.
Also, Amazing Daniel and Mike are arguing what comparison you were trying to make. John brought up both Nebraska canceling Tennessee without saying it by name, but he was hinting at it. And also,
it was a chicken crap move to cancel Tennessee. There.
Yeah. And you also brought up Nebraska playing bowl games back in the day in Florida.
Because
I understood where you were going.
Because that was a prevailing mindset around here for a long time.
For
oh
sure.
my God, we have to play another Florida team in the Florida.
Well, and we
bowl
saw
game.
it coming out of the MSG apparently, and I missed this. I heard Happer mention. We talked about it a little bit in the crossover that was there an actual conversation of this isn't fair that we have to go play at MSG? Like, come on. So I'm going to be with you on that one. That is a ridiculous thing to complain about. Ridiculous thing.
Again, yeah. If anyone should be mad, Louisville should be mad because they probably got underseeded. Okay. But there's not much you can do about that. Just don't have faith in your program.
Mike says winning
a championship is supposed to be hard. Go be good.
Mike, who is a Creighton fan, says, the hell did CU do wrong? Creighton did nothing wrong.
No.
He's talking about the mindset of the fans.
Yes, I didn't say
Not the
anything
program.
about Creighton. I said nothing about Creighton. I'm talking to fans who filled up the Twitter timeline last night and this morning with whining. I don't want to hear it.
Time to start muting.
I don't want to hear it. It's not a good mindset. It's always been a bad mindset. Go out and beat them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking to the fans. I'm not talking to the program because I guarantee you that Greg McDermott is not mentioning this
Definitely
to the
not.
guys. He's not saying, when did we get screwed?
Definitely not. You know, the other thing, too, about it is Auburn has been viewed recently as maybe the most gettable one, which is very interesting in this discussion where there's a lot of frustration about the Louisville of it all, but you get by Louisville and you're like, oh my gosh, maybe the best one that you'd want to face.
Chris says, I rarely say it, but John is right. Chris
is right.
Chris, you're wrong a lot then. And by the way, it's like a 3-point, actually it was like a 2.5 point spread.
I was going to say,
is what I saw.
It was very small.
Which sounds like an 8-9 matchup.
Very tiny. Yeah.
It sounds like an 8-9 matchup to me.
Correct.
And by the way, the 9 seed
has
won 2/3 of the games against the 8 seed in the last 20 years, I think it is.
2.5. 2.5.
So, yeah, I was getting annoyed with the whining that I was seeing.
Yeah.
Don't allow that mentality to come in here. Be tough.
Be tough.
Be tough.
The team's going to be tough.
And schedule Tennessee, damn it.
And schedule Tennessee. Do both. Be tough and schedule Tennessee.
Not Creighton, schedule Tennessee.
I mean, I'd be down watching that
sure,
hoops,
yeah,
right? You do a little home and home, maybe. Oh, that'd be a good bit. If Creighton put Tennessee on their basketball schedule, that'd be a very good bit.
Would be.
Do it. Do it, Mac. Do it, Mac.
All right, we'll be back after this. 1620 The Zone. By the way, we failed to mention no Mitch Sherman today. He is off today.
Yeah, I think he randomly went to a spring training baseball game.
He's on vacation.
He keeps tweeting photos.
Yeah, that's what he texts.
He was like,
Good for
surprise.
Good for him.
No, he's not in Surprise.
Good for him.
It's a different part of Arizona.
Mike is triggered by
Holy God, John,
spiel.
you have triggered Creighton fans to no end right now.
Wow.
Well, one.
John's
That's
kingdom
true.
is turned
Well,
on
no,
him.
there was at least two Creighton fans that disagreed with you. Mike quotes you, fans need to be tougher because the basketball players need to be tougher just makes no sense. John's not saying you need to be tougher because the team.
No.
He's just saying John could have just cut everything down to stop whining. That's
Stop
all
whining.
John is saying.
No,
Stop
It has
whining.
nothing to do with the team.
And listen,
John basically
I mean-
said, let them eat cake.
have faith in your team. That's what I'm saying. Don't go into this with a defeatist mindset.
Will that affect the play on the court? No.
No. Though I
think
do think if it permeates long enough, if there's enough discussion out in the ether about, man, we got screwed, I think that does hurt. I do think that the years and years of, man, we had to play another Florida team in a Florida bowl game, I do think that did permeate into the program to a degree.
Yeah.
Now, again, those Miami and Florida State teams were better than Nebraska, so it probably wouldn't have made a difference in the end result. I don't think it helped.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I just think that people aren't having enough faith in their program. This is the program that's been to 3 out of the last 4 Sweet 16s, not theirs.
Yeah.
Their program sucked for the last 2 years. Sure, they pulled a Indiana football-like turnaround with a new coach and who brought in a lot of transfers, including some from his school. Good on them. It worked. They're there. But let's not pretend that they're playing the Lakers here. I don't like seeing that attitude. Because it gives off the vibe to me that they don't believe in their own team.
Mm-hmm. And you're going to face good teams anyway.
And you're playing for a championship.
NCAA tournament.
You're playing for a championship.
Yeah.
You're going to face good teams.
Who is the team? I mean, the other side of the coin. Who is the team that Creighton played in the Sweet 16 game to
Princeton.
go to the Elite Eight? Yeah. And you know that some people are like, yeah, but it's only Princeton. You play teams in front of you.
Yeah. You can only
Sometimes
play the teams that are set out in front of you.
Sometimes you're like, crap, this, is going to be a tougher game than another one. But other times you're like, wow, this is going to be great. Remember when Creighton lost to Kansas State and suddenly they would have been playing a 16 seed in the second round? Like, oh my gosh. You can only play who is in front of you.
I don't know. It just got to me this morning.
Yeah.
A little too much.
Well, I think, not to keep going back to football, but one of the things that has happened over the, you're going back now to the 80s and 90s in this discussion, but certainly recently, there has been a large discussion about games being too hard or schedules being too tough. We've been having those conversations for years.
I'm tired of having that conversation.
I am too, man.
I am
too.
sick and tired of having that conversation. I really am.
Yeah.
Oh, we have it too tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Guess what? A few schools maybe got away with some light non-conference schedules recently and won a national title. They still had to end up beating good teams. And I believe in iron sharpening iron.
Yeah, for sure.
I believe in iron sharpening iron. It makes you better. So it just...
What do you think about this text from the 402? Kalkbrenner's softness is rubbing off on the fans.
Good Lord. I don't need idiot Husker fan in my mentions right now.
Nice.
Here is Dan. Hi, Dan. Thanks for waiting. You're in the zone.
Hello, Dan.
Yeah, hey, I appreciate all the talk you're doing there about support your team and go team, rah, rah, rah. But you know what? I would also say, you got to give more credit to the fans that they know what they're talking about. And the fact that when you talk about toughness, one of the first things that comes to your mind is not Creighton Blue Jay basketball. There's not a whole bunch of tough dudes out there that really respond in a really tough way when things are down. And I think a perfect game is
Dan, shut up, Dan. Let me ask you a question. I got to stop you right there. What have you been watching the last few years? I assume you watch.
Look at the way the Huskers simply came in to your arena.
Oh,
and
you're a
out
Husker
you.
fan. Oh, I see. Okay, that's where you're going. Dan, don't be that Husker fan that many people think exists out there, the uneducated fan. If you think Creighton is soft, you have not been watching basketball the last 4 years, or 5 or 6 or 7 or 10.
Straight up, what I'll say about myself, I am a Buckeye trapped in Husker land.
Oh, you're a Buckeye. Well, enjoy the crown. Are you kidding? Just because they don't play the defense the same way that St. John's doesn't mean it ain't tough.
Well, you could see, I guess
you can't beat UConn twice in the same year and not be tough.
Did you watch the Greg McDermott post game?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, because he brought that up, and it was obvious that that's something that bothered them going into that game.
Well, sure.
You know, and
I mean, it's a different style of defense. It's a defense that doesn't foul. It's a defense that doesn't, run around throwing elbows into people. But it still works.
Mm-hmm. Enjoy the crown.
Good Lord. Yeah, Nebraska came in and won.
They did.
They were the tougher team.
And now they're going to the crown.
That is now 3 different fan bases that has dunked on John so far.
So Ohio State.
That guy dunked on me?
I'm not like actual dunking, but attempting to dunk.
Yeah, that guy.
But then he got swatted like John's Kalkbrenner.
Exactly.
It's a dunk, but like on one of those little Tykes basketball hoops that you had as a kid.
Was that even a dunk then? So you're saying the person dunked on John? You're saying they won the argument?
I'm not saying they won the argument.
Wow, don't put it on the internet that they won the argument against
coming
John.
for John. That's what I should say. That's 3 different fan bases coming for John.
That was funny. I'm a Buckeye trapped here. Well, go back to Columbus then. Go back to your crappy Eastern time zone. Maybe that's your problem, Dan, is you're still living on that crappy Eastern time.
Jimmy says, what's he crying about? His team just won the football natty. STFU. They did win the football natty. People do not forget, sadly.
No, they don't.
Mm-hmm.
They don't forget.
Mm-hmm.
But they still lost to Michigan.
They did. Go blue.
Do they sell those shirts in Columbus? We won the natty, but on the back it says, but we still lost to Michigan.
That'd be a good shirt.
It would
be a very good shirt. The Triple B of Columbus could make a killing. Mm-hmm.
Who would buy those, though? Michigan fan ain't buying that. Neither is Ohio State fan.
No.
Who's going to buy it? The rest of us who don't care for either one of those programs.
Go blue. The priest writes, Creighton is clearly soft. John has blinders on. John thinks OJ is innocent also. If there's anyone in my life
dead
who is more triggered about OJ's innocence verdict than the families affected, I don't know if anyone is more triggered than you are.
No, I wasn't.
You still get triggered every now and then.
No,
like, what the hell?
No. I got triggered. I got triggered watching that documentary and having to listen to those idiots on the jury, the dumbest 12 people that ever existed on planet Earth, who tried to explain. Those are the people that triggered me, because it's like, how do you actually function?
Yeah.
How can you function? How does your brain tell you to keep breathing?
That's a good question.
That was my problem.
It's important to breathe.
You got to breathe.
And OJ's dead.
OJ is dead.
People forget.
Hi, OJ.
You know it's not
How
dead, though,
warm
John?
is it down there? Is it as warm down there as it is here today? Well, don't worry. Josh said it's not going to snow, and it's going to snow on Wednesday.
After Wednesday. Look at that.
If it's snowing in hell, I think we have bigger issues.
That's true.
Yeah, but you know what they don't do down in hell? Climate change.
Well, yeah, because it's always hot.
It's
always hot
one
then.
climate in hell.
Don't have to worry about that.
Well,
right.
it depends on which version of hell, because then if you subscribe to the Dante one with the different
levels.
The different levels?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Sometimes they're cold.
Coming up, I saw this tweet over the weekend.
Uh-oh. Did this fire you up too?
A little bit.
Another soapbox?
No, it's not really a soapbox, but
It's a stool.
the agents representing players in college sports.
Okay.
I'll
That
explain.
seems like something you'd get mad at.
No, it's not. Maybe.
I can't wait to find out what the angle is.
Yeah. We'll find out next.
How many more fan bases can John piss off?
Let's find out. All of us together.
All of us together on 1620 The Zone. But here is something that won't piss you off. Because if you have been looking to upgrade your bathroom recently, looking for that new walk-in shower, just looking for something that's more modern, just spruce things up, YHIC, your home improvement company, is ready to help. Because they can transform your space, save up to 30% off a bathroom remodel. You can turn that bathroom into a spa-like retreat. And YHIC uses premium USA made materials that will look great for years. And right now, financing has never been better. 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 12 months. Means you're not paying on it until 2026. Call now, 402-764-1720, and schedule a free in-home consultation. Limited time offer up to 30% off a bathroom remodel with 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 12 months. Call 402-764-1720 today. 402-764-1720. You're going to love the difference with your home improvement company. Visit YHIC.com and find out more. YHIC will exceed your expectations and make your home better. Save up to 30% off a bathroom remodel and 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 12 months. Don't wait. Call today, 402-764-1720, and love the difference. Did you know that we're giving away a pair of Supernova tickets?
What? Tell me more.
Yeah, the Novas are back home on Saturday to take on the Indy Ignite.
Ooh.
They're
The
fun.
Ignite.
Yes. John, that is one of the better names in the
That's
PBF.
then that's not good.
Yeah, what are the
That
worst
does not
names then?
say much about the league that the Supernovas are
Hey,
soon to be leaving.
I'm not
I
a
would
fan
say
of
this.
Mojo or Vibe. I think those are bad names.
You are not a fan of the Vibe.
I'm shocked.
I think Vibe is a bad name for a sports team.
I will say this. In 2025, I think it's impossible to give nicknames to teams. I just think it's really hard because you don't want to do the boring Tigers.
Yeah, but in the minor leagues, they do a great job of it.
I guess that's
They
true.
do.
Maybe-
The minor leagues kick ass.
Remember, we
everyone needs to go to the minor leagues
Yeah.
and learn about cool nicknames.
Remember the Appalachian League last year? We got the Dairy Daddies.
Yeah, I do remember the Dairy Daddies. Anyway, John,
Well,
is the
anyway,
Dairy Daddies? Are we?
Anyway, you can go to the game because tomorrow all three of our shows will be giving away opportunities to win
Let's
tickets
go.
to the game, and then you can go to CHI Health Center and basically make fun of the Indy Ignite for having a bad nickname.
Maybe we'll do
I mean,
like a
Supernovas.
little.
That's different, and it's acceptable.
Okay. Maybe we'll do something
Ignite.
with Stibbs,
I've
He says
never
a
been
word and you have to
never been
call.
in on the singular nicknames.
like Magic.
hate it,
Heat.
hate it,
Yeah.
Really?
hate it.
Rams?
That's
Rams
not
not singular.
It's not singular.
Ram.
Rams.
Okay.
But they're
plural.
not the Ram. They're the Rams.
Fair.
Now there are I give exceptions though. Crimson Tide is a really good nickname.
Okay. What do you think about the Stanford Cardinal, home of Nick's favorite college baseball player?
Rintaro
See,
Sasaki.
I think that's dumb too.
Yeah.
They should have just been the Cardinals.
Yeah. It's a weird bit.
Well, they did it because they used to have, strangely, one of the most liberal campuses in America used to have a very problematic nickname.
Were they the Indians?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then they changed it, but because their team colors were cardinal, they just decided
Let's just
we'll
do the
call it
color.
Cardinal.
That is a little lazy.
Yeah.
I like this from Andy. Orlando Magicians. They should be the Magicians.
No, I like the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie's a really cool name.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
not bad.
Why not Hoiberg? Fighting Irish?
Well, Irish though is plural. It's
a
describing a
people.
A people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that there are
So if a team was called Lego, John would be cool with it because Lego is also plural.
Yeah, John. Lego is plural.
it is.
Yeah,
But
you don't
wait,
say
Legos.
you don't say no. It's not Legos. It's Lego.
You say that. I would
When-
never say that. I would
when
say,
my-
I'm going to go play with Legos.
No, but
When my
that's-
kid-
officially you're supposed to say Lego.
When I stepped on those damn things all over my
You'd say,
house
"Damn it,
for years,
Legos!"
I said, Christian, come pick up your Legos.
Stibb says, Nick, no. Are you sure, Nick? Is this one of those things that you think and maybe you're going to be wrong?
I think I'm right on this one.
Man, it'd be pretty funny if
I'm
you're
like
wrong.
85% to 90%.
All right, let's see.
I honestly
What
don't
is
know.
the plural?
And I'm
of
still
Lego?
going to call them Legos.
Lego is commonly used as a mass noun or in American English as a countable noun with plural Legos to refer to the bricks themselves. But as is common for trademark, Lego Group insists on the name being used as an adjective when referring to the product, as in Lego bricks. So this is just about branding.
I think the brand can have control over what
You're
you call
okay
it.
with Big Daddy Brand telling you how to say, wow, who licks boots now, Nick?
Yeah, corporate Nick.
I'll lick Daddy Lego's boots.
Yeah. No, Daddy Lego.
Daddy Lego
Wow.
style.
See, you can't. Yeah, I'm not even going to listen. Keena says Nick is unfortunately right.
I mean, he might be. That's not going to stop me from saying Legos.
Yeah.
Though I
Nick
don't
just
have
likes
that problem
knowing this
anymore
fun
because now
fact.
I
by
do
the
like
way,
knowing fun facts.
Now it's not fun. Everybody knows.
If there's somebody out there who has a child who would like a whole mess of Legos, I got
Lego.
a whole mess of Legos.
Lego.
In a big container.
A whole mess of Legos.
I got a whole mess of Legos.
A Lego
I'm going to say
container.
Legos. I'm not going to.
Get a hold of me and let me know. I'll be happy to give them to you.
There you go.
John, you're sitting on a gold. You could sell those.
It's
Could
not
I?
like they're organized, though. It's
Yeah,
just
they're not. It's just in a big old pile.
Yeah.
It's just in a big old plastic container.
You could sell those.
Okay.
For how much? How much we talking here?
Well,
I need to ask you about your lawnmower.
there's some pieces, no joke, that are more rare than other pieces that people will pay for their own.
Yeah,
having.
it's always that one I need at the very end of my project. Is that
Interesting.
The Lego aftermarket is crazy.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. Well, John, maybe you'll make a little cash.
Okay.
Little quiche.
All right. Yeah, maybe I will.
Mm-hmm.
So I was perusing the interwebs.
This is the other thing that made you mad, right?
No, it didn't really make me mad. It was just another reminder of how badly broken this whole college athletics system is right now.
Here's your tiny soapbox.
Okay.
But this was a couple.
Poneman?
Yeah, it's got to be your Poneman.
What?
This guy purports to be an agent. I'm assuming he is an agent. I mean, it's in his bio. It says he's an agent.
Okay,
anybody could put anything in their bio.
And I'll be honest with you, I have no idea if this is one of the good agents or one of the bad agents, because there's examples of both. Probably more of the latter than the former.
Real quick, did you see the other part of his bio there, John?
No, what did it say?
Maybe he's a secret agent.
Basketball agent, psychedelic advocate. Now, he is followed by many people who cover college sports.
Right. So, I'm
including Adrian Wojnarowski, CJ Moore.
I'm assuming he's legit.
Here, Woj, try these shrooms.
Psychedelic advocate. Gosh, that's funny.
But he sent out a tweet yesterday afternoon.
He's an acid guy.
That said, and it was a question to all of his followers. And I guess because I ended up seeing it, because it got quote tweeted by someone that I follow,
okay.
It was meant for the world, for the ether.
Okay.
Should I release schools that still owe players a lot of NIL money they promised and never paid this season, but are now recruiting new players, promising even bigger money they likely won't pay either list?
Long tweet, but I like it.
Long tweet.
Yeah.
To which many people responded. And
please,
and they were like rubbing their hands. Do it. Because there's probably a lot of fans hoping that their rival schools were going to be on that list.
100%.
And I saw a few folks opine on who some of those schools might be. And
really?
Yeah, there were more than a couple that maybe opined that Nebraska was on that list. But this is part of the issue. Because again, I don't know if this is one of the good ones or one of the bad ones.
You're talking about the psychedelics. That's what people say about psychedelics too.
That's true.
Is this a fun mushroom or a kill me mushroom?
Exactly, Nick.
But the issue here is right now, there's no control over anything. And we keep using the phrase guardrails.
Mm-hmm.
But it's so important because right now, if you want to be an agent for an NFL player, you got to be certified.
Yeah, you have to go through a ton of stuff to get.
You got to be certified. If you want to be an agent with a recognized collective bargaining agency, such as the NFL Players Association or Major League Baseball Players Association, NBA Players Association, you got to be certified. You got to be legit. You can't just be any Joe Blow off the street and say, I'm going to take my 15% and no.
Yeah.
There's nothing enforcing anything like that with college athletes right now. You got a lot of people who are just seeing an opportunity to make some quick bucks and some big bucks.
And to do it off of young people that
are
often not knowing what they're doing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And might not have the greatest support system around them to give them good advice.
Correct.
And let's face it, I'm sure there are people who come from, families that, do have it together, but because this is all new to them, it's very easy to be sucked in by a slickster who said, hey, I can get your son or I can get your daughter X number of dollars.
And as much Lego as they can handle.
And as much Legos as you can handle. And are probably getting, taken to the cleaners.
Yeah.
But because there's no certification, this is just another one of those examples of how things can go wrong. And let's just pretend, for argument's sake, that this Daniel Poneman, this agent / psychedelic.
You got Poneman.
Let's pretend that he is one of the legit ones.
Sure. With his psychedelics.
As legit as one can be in that world.
Yep.
If there are schools out there making promises and not paying off on it, and I don't doubt that that's true. I don't doubt that there have been, hell, we saw it from the very beginning. Jalen Rashada, the quarterback of Florida.
Mm-hmm.
We saw it right from the damn beginning, how promises were made and then immediately pulled back. So we know that this kind of stuff is going on. But because there is no organization, and by the way, the settlement or the unsettlement, as we call it, ain't going to change a damn thing about this.
Not with this stuff, no.
Not with this stuff. Not at all. Now, certainly the revenue share, which does come directly from the schools, yeah, that's good. I mean, that certainly is more accountable. But you're still going to have traditional NIL deals whether they be above the board or below the board, depending if they're trying to avoid the $600 deal. What do they call that? What is that?
Where you have to report it.
I
don't remember what
I forgot what the phrase
the
is.
nomenclature is.
Yeah, for the Deloitte. You're trying to avoid the Deloitte because they're the ones that are going to do the verification on these fair market values. This is why we need to nail this stuff down. A, so that the kids that are getting promised are getting paid.
Mm-hmm.
And B, that the kids who are being represented by people who are legitimate and are certified.
Yeah, so how do you get that, though? How do you change the sport where you have to have certified agents?
Well, I mean, part of that is having a collective bargaining agency.
And man, every time we have one of these discussions and we're trying to figure out what's next, the answer, sadly, always seems to me to be the sport moving in a direction that neither you or I want.
Mm-hmm.
I think that how do you have collective bargaining? How do you have this stuff above board? How do you make sure that everybody is getting fair market value, a proper piece of the pie, et cetera, et cetera? It seems sadly that the answer is, well, more contraction and then an agreement being in place between athletes and universities or athletes and leagues.
Yeah.
How does the NFL able to do it? How is Major League Baseball able to do it? Well, it's because, they have a smaller number of people involved. And also they've been doing it for years and years and years, whereas college sports have not. But you're always going to have people who are trying to take advantage. You have that in all walks of life. It doesn't matter what it is, sports or otherwise. And I think when you have 18-year-olds, 17-year-olds, and various athletes in situations where, a few dollars are going to go a long, long way, you're going to have this type of crap always. And given the below the table part of this is just, it allows for this type of crap.
It does
at a really high level.
It most certainly does.
Because no one wants to sign any contracts. No one wants it to be public. You're able to do it like this.
The more we get into this, the more I think the untethering is untethering. Thank you. A lot of uns. 7-Up, the Uncola, is probably the way to go, where the money-making programs, the money-making sports, especially football, but probably men's basketball too, untethers from the university, works as its own private entity who can lease the facilities from the school, lease the name,
it's like
the rights to the name.
It really is like a car lease.
And then that money that the schools collect on those deals can be used to support the non-revenue sports. So that we can, I guess what I'm trying to accomplish is have my cake and eat it too. Have the ability for these rules and these regulations and these programs that can afford to be there to do their thing without destroying the entire enterprise of college athletics, especially the non-revenue sports, which, let's face it, outside of football and men's basketball, just about everybody else doesn't make money.
Correct.
Women's basketball doesn't make money, generally speaking. Few programs might.
Yeah.
Volleyball doesn't make money. A few programs might, but most of them don't.
Generally speaking.
Baseball doesn't.
No.
Softball doesn't.
Track and field loses millions and millions.
But the more I think about it, the more I think that is the more equitable way to go about this. And then the schools that can do it. The players can get paid equitably without being hosed behind the scenes, get their protections, the same protections that the other athletes that get paid get.
Yeah, and they can all, have these agreements. Some comments coming in, unrelated to this discussion. Cindelar.
Is it back to Legos?
It is. Cindelar says
Lego.
Nick is a brick licker.
Are you a brick licker?
I think Nick is.
Well, Lego, yes. Mega Block, no.
And also, Jeremy says, truthfully interested in Legos from Mr. Bishop. So, John, you might have someone who's going to take you up on this.
Keena mentioned it earlier, though, so there might be a fight.
Oh, Keena wants them too?
Brad says he has kids that want more Legos.
Oh, my gosh.
Eric wants Eric says his kid wants the Legos. Brad wants to know how much for the Legos. I'm going to find out.
Or John could just sell them on eBay because according to somebody on the chat. I don't remember where it is. They're going for like, oh, Dwayne.
What did Dwayne say?
They're going for like $3 to $8 a pound on eBay.
There you go, John. You can sell them on eBay for $3 to $8 a pound.
I haven't weighed the big plastic
How many pounds do you
container of
have?
Lego. I would guess it's.
Did you fix it?
I would guess it's like 25 pounds.
Whoa,
John,
that's like $200.
Well,
that's a lot of
it's-
Lego.
It's one of those.
You
it's
still
one of
owe me
those
lunch,
big
John.
plastic containers like you get at the Home Depot or the Menards,
Yeah.
and it's filled.
So
I would guess
This is
it's
great.
like,
You owe me lunch. So you can buy me lunch.
you owe me lunch.
Well, Nick owes both of us lunch.
I don't have any money. I used to get Star Wars Lego when I was a kid, and
Star Wars Lego. Are you gonna keep doing this?
yes, there was a lightsaber that was a shiny lightsaber
Mhm,
Lego piece.
mhm.
They don't make that anymore.
Mm.
So if you want that, people sell that
Are you
for some money.
serious? What
Yeah,
a bunch of freaks.
the Lego black
Mm.
market is wild.
Brian says that's prime rib prices.
What was that a pound again?
$5 to $8.
Yep.
No, prime rib's going for much more than $5 to $8 a
How much
pound.
is prime rib these days?
I bet it's like $15 a pound.
Good Lord. So I won't be having prime rib for a while. Though we are having ribeyes this week.
Well, I mean that is the same cut of meat.
Nate writes, Legos and Pokemon, you're employing a child.
Lego, but also both of those things were a massive part of my childhood. Of course, I'm still going to be interested in them as an adult.
Mike Stibbs, who will be filling in tomorrow, says the Lego bit is the dumbest thing Nick has ever done.
It's not a bit. It's called Lego.
Wow. Brian writes, I can get you cheap prime rib. Is it falling out of a truck?
It's in the
Yeah,
back of a truck.
Yeah, don't buy
mall.
that. I happened to stumble on a video about that.
About what? Meat
About-
falling off trucks?
About that.
About the dollar ribeye thing,
Mhm.
which we love on the zone.
Sure.
We do. We're big fans.
I just don't buy it.
Yes, exactly.
But maybe if I sell those Legos, I can afford it.
Lego.
I fixed the remote, so we got this. I think we just need some tape and rubber bands.
Remind me, I have one.
Yeah, we'll get a new one in here.
I'm gonna bring a one from home.
This thing is
It is rough.
It's an emo ass remote.
Yeah.
It says it's fixed, but one little thing and it falls apart again.
and
Does it
then,
remind
and
you
then
of
we
yourself?
need to
Yes.
take the little dongle thing, the remote part, and stick it to the bottom of the TV, so it's like, yeah, you know,
it's easy to aim at it.
yeah, get like some Velcro on
Oh,
both
that's a great
sides, and
idea.
then stick it to the
You
bottom
know
of
what?
our
I
TV,
think I have some of that at
so
home.
that it's ready for baseball season.
We do need it for baseball.
When we
T-Mobile
watch-
Tuesday should be here before you know, or has it already arrived? When is T-Mobile Tuesday for
Well-
MLB.TV?
I need to look that up. It wasn't on last week's
Uh-oh.
because I looked it up. It wasn't on last week's.
Oh, here we go, John.
Yes.
It starts
Tell me
on,
more. Tell me more.
don't miss out. You can only redeem between March 25th and March 31st. So starting next Tuesday, get your T-Mobile Tuesday. That is incredible that they do this every year. Can you imagine if the NFL had an equivalent to this?
The best.
They
You
would
get
never.
Sunday. I know.
They would never.
But this
Yeah.
costs, it doesn't cost as much as Sunday ticket, but it's a lot of money.
I think the season is like 100.
It's 150. I already bought
Oh.
MLB TV.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Could have used a login of maybe, I don't know, a coworker, Nick.
I could have, but I wanted to own it.
You want to support your commissioner.
Yup.
Wow, you freak. We'll build some more Lego.
Oh, thank you.
Well, maybe you can sell your Legos and afford it.
Let go.
Mm-hmm.
We will return with more of Unsportsmanlike Conducts on 1620 The Zone.
All right, John, we've talked a lot of basketball today.
Baseball finally?
It is March.
No, it's time for football. It's time for football news. So one of the ideas, I don't know if you'll like. Stop it, Nick.
Did the Rams sign somebody else today?
No. And I don't know if you'll like this or hate this.
Did the Dolphins get another mid quarterback?
Well, Nick, there was just now a tweet
you're
from
now finally calling to a mid.
Yeah. There was a tweet from Joey.
His
where
brain's a little mid.
Apparently it's beyond mid, Nick. The mayor of Madrid
His dad is
unintentionally
definitely worse than
leaked that the Bengals and Dolphins are apparently going to play in Spain on November 16th. So let's put a pin in that. Thank you, Joey, for bringing this to our attention. But how about this? So, we've talked recently about the spring game dying, and for the most part, it doesn't seem like people care. But
who did I see over the weekend who was like, oh, we're playing a spring game?
Kirby, I believe they're playing a spring game.
It was somebody else.
Well, was it Colorado? Have you seen this? Have you heard about
No,
this?
it might have been Oregon, but anyway, go ahead.
So
Colorado.
Yes.
We remember them from such hits as you lost to Nebraska.
Nebraska beat them 28-10 and absolutely dominated them up and down the field. Good times.
Well,
That
like
exact
49.
they should have destroyed them. One of the ideas that people have thrown up for years is why don't they just do scrimmages against actual teams? It'd be a lot of fun. We could, watch them play an opponent.
They're going to scrimmage against the Broncos?
John, I mean, you're off, but not that off. On3 put out a story within the last couple of hours where Deion Sanders was quoted as saying, I would like to practice against someone for a few days. Then you have the spring game, and I think the public will be satisfied with that tremendously. And apparently he's trying to get the game on ESPN2. So that's step one to the story. Fran Brown, who is the head coach of Syracuse, has responded within the last 15 minutes on Twitter saying, at Deion Sanders, we will come to Boulder for 3 days.
Oh.
Do we have our first ever spring game spectacular between Colorado and Syracuse? Let's go. That's talking football in March, baby. The countdown continues.
But is it legal?
I mean, it's anything illegal in college sports.
I mean, that's true. What are they going to do, right, anymore?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
of course, if I were in upstate New York, I'd probably want to get out of there too.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
Because you're going from the worst time zone to an even better time zone than our time zone. Good on you.
I don't know. That's a good question. In all seriousness, is this allowed in the story from On3?
Which is make it legal.
Which is great quote, Nick. I will make it. Is that legal? That's from episode 1 of Star Wars. For
Phantom
those who
Menace.
Who didn't get that reference. There's nothing about that in the story from On3. Nick Costco.
You're kidding. You're kidding.
Costco, not Costco. Costco.
Yeah,
yes.
but no. Does anyone, when they actually say Costco,
No,
they say Costco?
Or is it Costco's?
They say Costco. Great question, Nick.
Well, if there's more than one.
But Nick Costco wrote about this. Deion Sanders reveals he is
if I
trying
wanted
to
to
face
buy a
another
hot
team.
dog off of this guy, how much do you think it would be?
Like $2 in the Pepsi?
By the way, this guy is the play-by-play announcer for Rutgers Wrestling. Wow, this Mr. Costco is doing all sorts of stuff. Shout out to him.
For cheap, too.
Probably. Well, it's wrestling. Who cares? I don't know if this is legal or illegal. It does not talk about that inside the story. Because that would... Yeah, how would you sell that? Not in terms of to the fans, but to the NCAA? Because after a season, we've always said, why don't teams just play an extra game if they don't make a bowl? In theory, this would kind of open up for that. Nebraska misses a bowl
but
game.
this is a practice. This is,
why don't you play a practice in December?
You know how the SEC and Big Ten just kind of put their middle finger at the NCAA sometimes?
Mhm.
What if this is the Big 12 finally doing that?
Yeah, the Big 12 and the ACC coming together. Very interesting. In all seriousness, this is fascinating. And by the way, Matt Rule gets a name drop at the end of the story.
Oh, no.
Third-year head coach Matt Rule sparked a trend last month when he announced he was canceling the Cornhuskers' annual spring game. He did so citing a concern about rival teams tampering with his roster. Safe to say, Sanders and Rule likely won't link up for a spring game this year. They'll stick to whenever they can play each other on the regular season schedule. Thank you, Mr. Costco.
Yes, we appreciate it, Mr. Costco.
Don't hate this.
I don't hate it either. Now, am I going to watch? No.
Hell no.
But there will be some sickos that watch. And maybe it's a chance to get better. Now, of course, the one thing is you lose some semblance of control, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, how you agree to practice against each other, how you decide to play out the scrimmage, how do you mitigate, any possible risk, all of those things. I'm not against this. I'm not against this at all. The shame of it is now, and again, I am not one that is lamenting the loss of Nebraska's spring game. I'm not.
No, yeah, you and I were both.
I'm really not.
And again, we still seem to think that nobody else is either, except for Rule and Dan in the inbox.
The shame now is this has now become a new front in the college football culture wars. And
I'm glad it's finally in college football.
And because Matt Rule has been the most outspoken coach, he gets, every time a story like this comes up, it's always, yeah, and that Matt Rule guy, he's the one that started all this. Actually, he didn't. Who was it? Was it Texas that canceled first? I don't remember. But Rule's been the most verbally outspoken about these types of issues.
Yes.
So he's the one that always gets linked as the guy who killed spring games. And again, I don't care that he canceled the Nebraska spring game.
I don't care.
Keenan says, so when Scott Frost tried to schedule a game with UTC, he just should have called it a spring game.
That's true.
Why didn't he call it a spring game?
I don't know. Well, maybe because it wasn't going to be in the spring. It was going to replace the Oklahoma game.
Oh, my gosh.
Good on Dion. And good on Coach Brown at Syracuse.
D'Lo, how is the voice of college football, Matt Rule, not yet provided his thoughts on this?
The arbiter of college football.
Don't worry. He'll go on a podcast soon, I'm sure.
Hey, if that's what other teams want to do, that's what they... And there's nothing that says Nebraska couldn't do this. Now they're not going to do a public spring game, but bring in another team to scrimmage.
Is that the future of the sport, is bringing another team? You see this in NFL all the time.
Sure.
It's not just about the preseason
I don't know,
games.
but I
scrimmages.
I do think that the
games.
main reason why college teams don't do it or haven't really pushed to do it,
what, joint practices,
is because you don't have the control.
Yes, and you see that sometimes in Hard Knocks, where they'll talk about that. It's like, look, when it's our teams, we can control that. When you start getting other teams in there, it leads to scumbags like Arnold Darnold swinging his helmet around. They should have kicked him out of the damn NFL after he did that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Interesting. Imagine if that would have happened by a Dallas Cowboy.
Well,
you would have called him a thug. Whoa. But it says you're playing, and you're like,
you're not allowed to use that word.
I know, and yet you would have used it.
No.
You're the
you
one
would have
that used it.
I was quoting John. Yeah.
No, you weren't quoting me.
I was quoting John.
We're not allowed to use that word.
Yeah, well, that's true. What's his name? Got fired that one time.
Yeah, he did.
And now he's on BTN.
Goon.
Yeah, I said goon. I didn't say thug. I said goon.
Michael Severe Monday's coming up.
Yes, it is.
And you know what else is coming up? In fact,
I don't care. Oh,
in fact, it's already here.
What?
The Omaha Food Fight presented by Union Bank and Trust.
What?
The round of 64 is underway.
I voted this morning.
I have not looked at my 1620thezone.com yet today.
There's some heavy matchups.
Are there?
Really?
Oh, yeah.
So it says vote now in round 1. Okay.
Happer didn't give his picks on the air. He said he didn't want to put his thumb on the scale.
Same. I will also not be sharing my picks.
All right, I'm going to vote. Okay, you got sauced by...
Here's the matchups, or I'm not going to read them all because, man, there's a lot of matchups here.
Okay.
But for example, we have Goose 120 versus Oscars. We have the Drover versus Barrett's Barleycorn. Wow, there's some cults going on there. Good cults. These are the good cults, not the kind that Josh has. People that really love those restaurants. We got the Red Lotus Thai versus Taxi's Grill and Bar.
White Lotus?
No. Porky Butts Barbecue versus Star Indian Cuisine. Rusty Nail versus Linden House. Smoke and Barrel versus First Round. Ramona's Mexican Restaurant versus Smitty's Garage. Dinkers versus Okra African Grill.
God, I love Dinkers.
They have really good tomatoes.
Mangia Italiana versus Rib Shack.
Welcome to the Rib Shack.
Local Beer versus Lisa's Radial. Wow.
Oh, man. Look at all these places.
Block 16 versus Rail Car Modern American.
That one, when I
Oh!
saw that matchup, I'm like,
Oh,
That's a tough one.
and wow. Talk about two old school steakhouses. Farmer Brown's versus Casio's. These and many other great matchups you can vote on right now. In fact, I'm going to do it during the break.
I'm voting right now, too.
On 1620thezone.com, it's the Omaha Food Fight presented by Union Bank and Trust. We are your
Ba-da-ba.
home for March Madness, and it all starts with the first 4 games tomorrow and Wednesday. And then, of course, once we get to the field of 64, we'll have coverage of Creighton and Louisville. First thing, Thursday morning.
Yes.
11:15.
Awesome.
God's time.
Pregame at 10:30.
10 a.m. God's time.
10 a.m. pregame.
Yes.
I thought I heard-
Austin and Jimmy are co-hosting
Awesome.
Blue Jay Shoot Around, and then myself and Ross Ferrarini will be live courtside
God, it's gonna be great.
from Lexington, Kentucky's Rupp Arena.
That'll be fun.
Yes, it will.
You'll have a great time.
You're gonna get a lot of barbecue. It's Kentucky, Lexington, Kentucky.
I honestly don't
Bourbon.
know.
They do have bourbon in Kentucky.
John's not a whiskey guy though.
No,
I am. Bring
I'm
me back some bourbon, please.
I'm not really a whiskey guy.
Should be interesting.
Yeah, it should. Jay's earning the 9 seed.
I think
They
won
got
that point.
screwed.
I think I won that point.
You did.
Nice.
You did win that point.
Congrats, Nick.
But that the weekend that was at the Big East tournament was certainly interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the worst part about a weekend like the one that we just had is the UConn game happens,
Mm-hmm.
but then there's another game. And now by the time that we are here, the UConn game is 3 days ago.
Mhm.
The other game is 2 days ago. The bracket's yesterday, and we're already looking ahead to Thursday.
Correct.
And so a game like that, because it is essentially the weekend and we're not doing a daily show, it gets lost. That's one of those games that if you're a Creighton fan, have to imagine you're going to hold it near and dear. And it probably maybe lessens, the impact lessens because you didn't win against St. John's. But it's still going to be there forever. That you got another win, that you took a huge lead early, and you're feeling good. And then the game gets interesting and close. And you knew that UConn was going to go on a run, and they, of course, did. And then everything that happens at the end, that ramps it up. And, like I said, but then you had to turn around and play another game not even 24 hours later. So it just kind of gets lost.
This has been, we've been waiting for some kind of a rivalry that mirrors or at least matches the hatred that there was there for towards the end of the Valley run against Southern Illinois,
Wichita State, yeah.
Where it was like, man, we're going to miss, the team that you just, oh man, I hate losing to those guys. And while Creighton has had a history, they've got a long history with Marquette. They've got a decent history with Xavier. Those series hadn't yet really developed into that, oh man, I got to beat those guys. But here comes UConn. And they bring cachet. They bring titles. They bring Dan Hurley.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And, look at this. Not only does Creighton find a team that, man, I got to beat those guys, and then you have 9 out of 12 times.
Mm-hmm. Even in the midst of them winning back-to-back championships.
In the midst of them winning back-to-back
First
national
team to do so in almost
championships.
20 years.
And you saw obviously the stuff that went on at the end of the game, and you saw what happened at the end of the game in Omaha where, Dan Hurley flashed the ring finger and talked about the 2 rings and all that other stuff. We got ourselves a legitimate rivalry now.
Why do you think the beef is there on their side? Is it just that they feel like they're
they
the better
haven't
program
lost.
and they keep losing?
They've lost 9 out of 12.
Yeah, it can be as easy as that sometimes.
And let's face it, UConn people are kind of mouthy.
Yeah, Brian says they bring rotten fans.
They are kind of mouthy.
They're a loud fan base.
They are.
Loud fan base.
And they have the right. They have a right to be. I mean, they win a lot.
Mm-hmm.
They call themselves the capital of basketball. All their titles have come in the last 26
99, right?
6 years.
Yeah, and
that's as good as it gets.
The most modern of modern blue bloods.
Yes.
I think it in either men's or men's basketball or college football.
I agree.
What they have done since 99 is ridiculous. And they've played for other championships too.
So yeah, I think it just helps that Would this have developed into a rivalry if the score was 9-3 the other way?
No.
Probably not.
No, definitely not.
But because of the fact that little old Creighton
Mm-hmm.
has beaten mighty UConn 9 out of 12 times, it pissed them off.
Adam texts in 402-951-1620. Just think how close we were to a CU UConn national championship game 2 years ago.
Yes.
Think about what that would have done for the rivalry.
It was close.
Sam writes, it's on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. It's a rivalry. Their fans are so chippy about us. No escalators. Talks about caulk constantly. And there's a screenshot where I'm guessing a Creighton fan said, what was the score last night? And then a UConn fan responded, wear it with pride. And it was a ring that said 9-3 on it. So obviously Creighton fans have very much gotten under their skin.
Oh, they have. They have.
Yeah, Sam follows up.
I mean, there have been times where maybe other incidents have happened against other teams in other games, but I have never heard from as many opposing Big East fans as I heard from opposing UConn fans.
And that's the other thing, too, is they're going to have probably the largest fan base in the conference, especially given all their success. I think Sam hits on it, too. And we talked about this a little earlier. I think part of the reason we get under their skin is that there's no reason Creighton should have this record against a program of their caliber. It makes no sense. Yeah, it has to eat at them.
Oh, of course it does.
Because, again, this is not coming at a down period for UConn. They are, I don't think they're going to win the title this year, but they've been the power in the sport over the last couple of seasons, and yet it hasn't mattered whenever they play Creighton. You know,
they can't figure it out.
What was the record before Creighton lost for the first time? Was it 5-0 that they got to before they took their first loss to the Huskies, or did they get to 6? Like that was the other thing too. Is
I think it was 6.
It just kept happening.
I think it was 6-0.
It kept happening, and it's like what, you know?
I think it was 6-0,
and they pick up another one. And that game again, it was super intense, and it doesn't get lost. I guess we're talking about it right now, but in a way, it just kind of got lost over the weekend.
The chippiness at the end, that was the first time it got chippy on the floor.
Yes, inside of the 40-minute window of basketball.
This wasn't a gesturing to the fans or any interaction with the fans. This was on the floor, and it didn't hurt that Jemiah Neal's got a history with the Hurley family. He played for Bobby Hurley for 3 years.
Yeah.
So there may have been something there, to add at least a little bit to it. I'm glad it didn't end up in, a brawl. That's not what I'm hoping for.
No,
but I do love this kind. This is sports. When you don't like the other guy and you want to beat them.
Yeah.
I like this.
Well,
and I'll say it until I'm blue in the face. We need the Dan Hurleys in this sport.
Yeah.
I would go shake that man's hand and say, thank God you didn't coach that horrible franchise in Los Angeles.
Who's going to be playing for the NBA championship in June.
No, I didn't say the Clippers. I'm talking about the Lakers. I'm glad he stayed. I mean, that's why I was sad to see Jim Harbaugh go. We need those kind of personality. I'm not saying Harbaugh and Hurley are the same person, but they could be related.
They get under people's skin, right?
Could be related.
They very much get under people's skin.
But I like these people in our sport.
Yeah. Well, the
because
good part
they're
about
intense
it too,
and they bring energy, they bring passion.
And if you look at the action itself, the action, it didn't hurt anybody in the traditional sense of like throwing a baseball at a guy's head.
No.
It hurt them because you were mad because you lost and a guy dunked with 2 seconds left. That's why you got mad. But it was inside the white lines. It was still inside the 40 minutes. And I like that kind of stuff. But I always appreciate that kind of stuff. To the victors go the spoils. I always love that type of stuff.
Yeah, indeed. How soon UConn forgets. I mean, Liam McNeely, when he made like the umpteenth of umpteen threes in that comeback, was doing the whole thing.
Every time. Brian writes, Big East was a love fest until UConn came back. It's more fun with a legit villain. And I respect Hurley for it. They have added a spiciness to the league that maybe there wasn't have for the first handful of years that Creighton was in it.
Yeah, I would agree.
It's been good for
I would
the league.
agree. This is the kind of stuff that those pinhead filmmakers at ESPN kept talking about when the Big East was
They
dead.
were right. Maybe they were right.
No, they were not
I think they were right. Man, you Creighton people get so triggered by that documentary.
It was a bad documentary.
I love that documentary. It was great.
I mean,
you just didn't like the ending.
It was they made it sound like the league was dead. The league was clearly not dead.
It's a good doc. Okay. It was interesting.
It's a good doc from the history side of it.
If you stop it with 2 minutes left, John would have loved it.
Yeah, but then they decided, it's dead. Well, actually, I mean, the title in and of itself said it's a requiem
for the Big East.
They said it was dead. It wasn't dead.
What does requiem mean?
I mean, it's basically
A mass.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, for the repose of the souls of the dead.
Yeah.
There you go. An
So
active token or remembrance. Maybe it was just that requiem.
No, it
It was a
wasn't.
token of remembrance.
Remember the Big East.
Mm-hmm.
ESPN would have never made it that way or called it that if they would have been carrying the game still.
Probably not.
But because it was now on Fox, they decided, league's dead. Doesn't
I
matter
wonder if they'll do a
anymore.
requiem for the Big Ten now that they don't have.
By the way,
rights to
they
their-
did
Requiem
have
for MLB.
You know how they have the digital.
Nice, Nick.
They have the
Baseball sucks now. Nobody cares.
They have the digital scores tables, all the advertising and
Mhm.
stuff that rotates. One of the rotators was a picture of 4 title trophies with Big East, winner of 4 of the last 8 national championships.
Interesting.
People forget.
Ain't dead, ESPN. And Creighton is 9-3 against UConn.
Nick, I'll give you $5 if you pick that as a movie club pick.
Okay, that could be fun.
I mean, I've already seen it.
How do we do that thing with John where we force his eyes open so he has to watch
yeah.
it?
I've never
No,
seen
I
that.
watched. I
movie.
watched it.
Clockwork Orange.
I watched it.
Mhm.
I watched it. It does tell a good story.
Yeah.
It just presumes something that didn't happen.
Mm.
It's Michael Severe Mondays
Nice.
on 1620 The Zone.
be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
The happy hour is on the air. And it is Monday, which means we get to invite our friend Michael Severe to the conversation.
Lovely.
As the is he in the stream here?
Yes.
Did you put him in the
Yeah,
stream?
he's there.
There he is.
Yeah, he's there. He's
Michael?
hanging out. Look at there he is.
How you doing, Michael?
I'm pretty good. So the happy hour is every day, right?
Yep.
At 4:45 ish.
Okay. And then so on Friday, it's just the Friday one beer thing.
Yeah, but we
Okay.
still call it the happy hour.
Okay. So there's two different kinds of happy hour.
Yeah.
Like a reverse happy
Yeah,
hour
no-
and a regular happy hour.
We have no specials here.
You don't have any specials at all? Yeah,
If you're looking for
Josh,
specials,
Josh
you
is
get-
special. Come on. Josh
In
is
a-
special. Josh
in a
is a
good
special
way.
individual. Anybody
Thank
who runs that much is special.
Thank you, Michael.
I mean, you run that much in life, and you're not Kenyan. You're special.
Michael, are you
Kenyan.
watching? Are you watching White Lotus, Michael?
So we'd never watched White Lotus. Okay.
Okay.
So about a month ago, we watched the first 2 episodes. And my wife and I looked at each other and we went, yeah, that's probably not for us. Yeah, that was I don't like any of those people.
Yeah.
And the 2 teenage girls, I'm so happy I have boys like John, I'm sure. But every teenage girl on every TV show and every movie ever made is the most annoying thing on the planet. And they're 3 times as bad as most of them. And so, yeah, the up close on the balls didn't do anything for me either. Yeah, I'm not a huge, didn't stand out for me a lot.
I forgot about so that's season 1 because they're on season 3 and it's a different cast every year. I forgot about close up on the balls.
Yeah,
There was no, wait, I was thinking of gemstones. There was a penis on gemstones last night.
Yeah, it wasn't real though, but it wasn't real.
I forgot
It
that
wasn't real though. It was a
I
prosthetic.
knew there was something I missed last
Are you
night.
watching? Are you watching The Pit, Michael? Are you
So
watching
that's on my list. I can't wait. You know, I love TV shows about hospitals. I wanted to be a doctor growing up. I always wanted to be a doctor. I've watched everything going back to Trapper John, Marcus Welby. I love all those shows. I watched ER faithfully. I watched Grey's Anatomy for 12 years. I had to give up because I was so confused after 12 years. But I'm going to watch The Pit. It's on the list. We have 3 shows that we're in the process of finishing. And so when we finish those, then I'll be off to The Pit.
Can you imagine Michael's bedside manner as a doctor?
I'd be a great back. I am everybody out there knows that if you need something, I will help you.
Yes.
As much as I can, do
Yes, you
anything
will.
I can, go out of my
Yes,
way.
you will.
I'd have been the same way as a doctor. But I don't know if you've ever met this calculus person. That calculus person put a deep foot deep into my butt. And even the little Asian dude who I tried to get to tutor me told me I was too stupid to be able to pass this class. And so that's when I moved on to journalism and math for journalists.
Wait a minute. Why do you need calculus as a doctor?
That's just part of was one of the basic classes I had. And funny, I had to go to summer school for it in high school too. So senior year, I took trigonometry pre-cal. Did fine in trig, which is more like algebra. Calculus, not so good. Pre-cal, not so good. Had to go to summer school for that. That was awesome. But no, I don't. I hate calculus.
It's very true what Michael says, though. He reached out on Friday to ask if I needed someone to fill in on the show.
Yeah. I was worried about your voice. You had done a triple, quadruple
I'll be honest,
overtimes.
I'll be honest with you. At the end of the UConn game, I was starting to feel it, and I thought, man, maybe I should have taken Michael up on that. I mean, I was fine. I'm fine.
Right.
But,
yeah.
Michael was.
But yeah, he reached out of the blue. He said, "You want someone to do the show?"
Michael,
And I said, "No,
I
I'm
had
good."
reached out to Michael. He was the soft yes. We were just waiting for the result to finish.
You
jinx.
You jinx.
I
You're a
texted
jinx.
Michael with about 2 minutes left. I was like,
And
hey.
then 45. Minute 45.
That's the real reason I didn't want to. I didn't want to Creighton propaganda.
Yeah, I text him. I go, hey, I had no thoughts that Creighton was going to lose to DePaul. Do
Right.
you want to fill in tomorrow? And he goes, you just jinxed it. And then sure enough, Creighton won.
You and Sean Callahan, the human jinxes.
Well, I jinxed it too because so it was at the last media timeout.
Mm-hmm.
And I texted the wife. Actually, it may have been
See you tomorrow.
It might have been the under 8 media timeout.
Well, you sent Nick and I a message in the first half.
It was bad. It was bad in the first half.
And I was like, well, looks like I'll be home tomorrow.
Yep.
It worked. So thanks to everybody and
all
their
the
reverse
jinxes.
I appreciate it.
Hey, thank goodness, because they got to St. John's, and I'm like, I am betting everything I have on St. John's. They're at home. Creighton's played more minutes than anybody else in the Big East tournament. I am betting everything I have on St. John's, and I was afraid for a while. I even had to take the 7.5, not even the 6.5, but it worked out okay. But man, that was a bad matchup, man. You can't be all the minutes Ashworth played, all the minutes that Kalkbrenner played, along with the fact that you're at their house, and everybody's against you, and there's every famous St. John's player who's ever played, except for Mark Jackson for some reason. We're all there, and that was right. It's kind of like what's going to happen. Well, could happen with Louisville. Same thing, close to home. It's a bad matchup. You got the best point guard in the country defensively going up against an Ashworth who tends to turn the ball over. It's a rough matchup, man.
It will be tough. We'll certainly get more into that, especially on Wednesday when I'm back. But
sure.
It was interesting because I thought, and again, we sit higher at the Garden. We're not on the floor. I think you feel the crowd more when you're on the floor. It took until the very start of the run in the second half before I thought it felt like, oh, wow, now these people are getting into it. Because it was kind of like a Nebraska football crowd where it's a lot of
waiting.
They were waiting. And that's the thing about St. John's. It's sometimes the way they play doesn't lend itself into, the fans just being in a frenzy. But if they get
going,
if they get the steals, they get the turnovers, they get the fast break points, that's what gets the crowd energized. And as soon as that started happening, and then it was just like a crescendo. It just kept building and building and building.
That Tech turned, I'm telling you, that Tech had everybody mad, everyone in the arena mad. The players were all mad. Obviously, the coach was going nuts. That Tech, I think, turned the game. They turned it up after that Tech.
It did. It did turn up. And I honestly didn't even see what happened until afterwards.
Such a bad call. Same thing that everybody does with the 3-pointer now. It's just made no sense.
Honestly, that could have been a we feel bad for you moment or something. It's just like, do it. I don't know why. Or maybe the official is just being
overly officious,
which they needed to be
earlier.
Other calls,
who they are.
Calls, people, knocking people down. Calls.
You know how Nick Bach compares everything to basketball. Well, let me compare everything to football. You know who they are? They're the 1970 Oakland Raiders. They're not pretty. They don't do anything really well. Their quarterback's going to throw more interceptions, he throws touchdowns. They're going to make mistakes, but they're going to beat you up. And by the time the fourth quarter comes around, you're like, what have I been in? Like a mini war? Yes, you have been. And that's what they are. Now, obviously, they don't shoot well enough probably to advance, past the Sweet 16, I don't think. But in terms of physicality, man, they just beat the hell out of you.
See, I made the statement a couple, 3-4 weeks ago. I said, this is either one of those teams that gets upset early
first weekend
or gets to the Final Four.
Yeah, what's more likely, Michael? Final Four, or they get upset by the time Sunday rolls around?
Isn't UConn the second round for them? I don't know who's playing the second round. I can't remember. It was somebody that made me feel bad about St. John's. Who was the second round player team? My computer just restarted, so everything closed that I wanted to have.
Either Kansas or Arkansas.
Oh, so it's probably. So I like Arkansas in that matchup. Well, never mind then. That's not what I was thinking. I think it's Florida UConn. That's what I was worried about because I have a lot of futures on Florida.
Florida UConn could be.
I think St. John's gets to the Sweet 16, and then they're going to get in. They'll get into teams that are offensively good enough for them to where they're not going to be able to keep up. Although I'd love to see them go. I'm an old school Big East kid. I watched all the old school Big East teams where St. John's and UConn and Syracuse and obviously Georgetown. And so those teams still have a soft part in my heart for me. So I really like all of them. I like to see them do well. And St. John's was one of them.
I think the reason it just depends on how the game is called. I've thought that part of the reason why Big Ten teams don't typically do well is the games are called one way in the conference, but once they get to the tournament, I think it changes.
People have been saying about the Big Ten for years.
And I think the same thing could happen to St. John's. It's going to depend on how that thing is called.
Yeah.
If that thing is called razor tight, man.
It's like the
St. John's
Seahawks back in the
trouble.
day, Michael, where the Seahawks, they defend the wide receivers a certain way early to see what's going on with the refs, and then they would adjust and adapt after that.
Yeah. There's one team in the Big Ten, though, this year that does not play like the others. They're the Sesame Street team, and that is Wisconsin. Wisconsin scores. They'll go up and down the court on you. They'll run. They're not the old-fashioned Wisconsin. They could be, the number one conference is for wins above expectation the last 5 years in the tournament?
Is it Wisconsin?
No, number one conference.
Oh, conference. Sorry.
Conference, yeah.
I mean, are you going to say the Big Ten?
No, it's the ACC. By far. It's not even close. Like, they're like at something like 37, and then the next closest conference is like 25. They have one because they've gone on runs. What NC State did, no one expected that. Clemson on the run they went on. Obviously, they have the Dukes and
that North Carolina team a few years ago.
Exactly, and so they have whatever reason they're the team that stepped up. That's the conference that stepped up more in the tournament than the other ones. You got all these SEC teams, but really in the tournament they haven't been over great. So let's see if they take a step back and the ACC comes out of nowhere again.
Yeah, Michael, along those lines, there was a stat that I read this morning in The Athletic from, I think it was Seth Emerson as I open up the story. Or no, Joe Rexrode. And he wrote about the SEC and kind of the pressure that's going to be on it, just obviously with the number of teams, 14 teams out of the 16-team league. Yeah. He had the stat per JBR bracketology. The SEC has had 22 bids in the last 3 years and 30.56 expected wins. It has 22 wins and just one Final Four to match, by far the worst performance of the power leagues relative to expectations.
Yep.
Yeah,
22,
so what do you think happens with the SEC in the tournament this year?
Well, I think if you gave me, so I think one of the odds that's going to be out there is teams to make it at 1.5, probably with some juice to make the Final Four. And I probably would take the over. Now, I've mentioned this. I love Florida. 3 weeks ago, I think it was, I watched them play back-to-back games. And I remember I was talking to Josh Jones, and I said, best team I've seen all season is Florida. I mean, I've not seen a team as good as they are. And I still feel that way after watching the SEC tournament. So I think Florida is a lock. I say a lot. I shouldn't say that. I think Florida has the best chance to get there. They're the number one bet team, by the way, over Duke to win. They don't have the best odds, but they're the number one bet team so far. And then the other one I probably would say, I don't know the bracket on my bracket open, but the other team that I've seen play recently that's impressed me, and I would never do this because I hate their coach because he can't win in the tournament, but it's Tennessee. Tennessee's guard play over that tournament, and obviously they played against Florida as well as they could. That guard play, what wins in tournaments, right? I mean, really guard play, good guard play, especially that two guard. And Tennessee's guard play has been so much better. I wouldn't be surprised if they could go on a run. With that many teams, you got to get two teams in, right?
Oh, yeah.
You have to. If you don't get two teams, it's a letdown.
I think Tennessee got a good draw too. I mean,
what's Tennessee? I gotta put my
their second round would be either UCLA or Utah State.
Oh, I like that.
And then Sweet 16, either Illinois, Texas Xavier, Kentucky, Troy.
Okay, so it's funny because Troy, by the way, is one of the upsets I have for this weekend. But I have Tennessee advancing to I have them advancing to the Elite Eight. So I think that's one team that could get there too. Florida is so complete. And, most of those teams don't play any defense at all, right? I mean, Alabama plays zero defense. But at times I'll see Florida, they'll clamp down, usually in the last 10 minutes of that second half, and they just go on a run on you. Saw them do it against Auburn, saw them do it against A&M, saw them do it against Tennessee.
Michael, moving away from the tournament, but sticking to hoops, we're getting close to whatever's going to happen with the settlement, the NCAA rev share. What do you think the rev share number is going to look like for Nebraska basketball? What do you think the university will allot to men's hoops? Yeah, so I've been saying this all along. I think it's third, right? Because it's football, volleyball, and then men's basketball. Yeah. I would hope that they would be able to give, and I don't think they can even do this number-wise, but at least $4.5 million. Because if you look at, there was some numbers I saw today in terms of how much money Duke pays, and then I saw how much Florida did. I think Florida was $6 million is what they thought that they had was their budget. 4 would make sense if you could get to 4.5. That's the only way you're going to be able to win some of those battles for portal guys, right? They have to pay a tax, right?
Nebraska pays a tax
The Nebraska
every time
tax.
they get the Nebraska tax because you have no tradition, because you're not exactly advancing guys into the first round. So you're paying this extra tax. So they have to spend a little extra money. So I would love to see that much, but I don't know if that's even possible. So it is 21 and a half.
Doesn't work.
Is 21 and a half the number, period?
20 and a half.
So they're just 20 and a half. So 20
Michael,
and a half.
I had somebody that I trust tell me that they're going to do 16 for football.
See, 15 is what I heard, and that actually came from Dannon. Dannon said 15, but that was back when we thought it was going to be 22.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they're going to go up even higher than that. You figure that
Yeah.
would drop a little bit. Volleyball's going to get theirs. They win too much. They're too much of a moneymaker not to get theirs.
Yep.
I don't know how much you can give to Nebraska basketball, but it won't be enough with the tax you have to pay to get the first and top 2 tiers of transfer guys. So,
and again, I'm using the Georgia formula because these were the numbers that were published, and that doesn't look like the same numbers. Here it is, Online Athens. That's what I wanted.
Oh, their story. Yeah, their football was what, like 13 and a half?
Their football, so they're going to do the full 20 and a half as we would expect them to. Football, 13 and a half. Men's basketball, 2.7. Women's basketball, 900,000, and then the rest is divvied up.
How many sports do they have? They have more than Nebraska, right?
Yeah,
Georgia?
I think they're in the
More than Nebraska?
mid-20s.
Yeah. Almost everybody's got more than Nebraska, right?
Yeah, Nebraska's on the low end for
except for I think is it
21.
Texas?
Oh, Georgia's got 21. So
21 varsity
so they got less than Nebraska.
See, and I've heard some schools aren't even going to do that. They're not even going to leave a little left over for other sports. It's just going to be whatever, football, basketball, and that's it, or football, basketball, volleyball, and that's it.
So you let those players actually do the real NIL, right? Let them go out there and try to make business,
correct,
and let it go through the clearinghouse and stuff, and maybe that's how you finance the rest of them. Women's sports, and we've seen this across the country, have a better ability to go out and get NIL. Girls they're prettier. They can go out and get more things like jewelry, clothing, that kind of thing. So maybe that's how you handle your women's sports. You let them dive deeper into the NIL.
I'd be surprised though if volleyball didn't get a decent.
They are.
You figure
they have
because I mean that's a program you got to protect.
It makes money and they win.
Yes,
and you got to pay. How much is the new coach getting?
What was the salary? Was
it
600,000?
Is that it? So I thought she was going to get a big boost, because that's the thing. Cook never got a huge salary compared to the way they won. So he's getting 7. Okay.
Yeah, 700,000.
And Cook was at what, 9?
I was going to say, I think
he just got up there. I remember when they had won the tournament one year, and he wasn't even like in the top 10 highest paid. And I was like, what the hell? Because he wasn't taking a huge amount. I think he was making at the time like $250,000, which was nothing for what he was
doing the Tom Osborne discount.
Exactly. Yeah. And Tom gave it up to his assistants too. So now you give them to your players, I guess.
Michael, at one point last year, or maybe early this year, you filled in for John, and we started talking about Dylan Raiola, and we started talking about his weight. And that was, I think, one of those first times. I remember talking about with Sipple around then, too. It was like the first couple of times that it was actually discussed, out in the open. Well, now Matt Rule says what he did what, last Tuesday in front of the media. If they are able to get him in the shape that they want him to, what do you think is the internal expectation for what he could be as a quarterback? Like, how do they think that could change him as a quarterback if he drops the weight like they hope?
It's the funniest part about weight, and I think at each one of our lives at some point, not anymore for Josh, who weighs 112 pounds, but the biggest thing about it, it's not that you're faster. It's endurance, right? It's being able to have more wind. And 100%. I don't think he ever weighed 240. He's not tall enough to have weighed 240, I don't think. But I think he threw 240 out there because he's trying to make a point to him that, you look fat, and so you can't be like that. But the biggest thing, I think, is when it comes down to the fourth quarter, and yes, picking up a first down when it's 3rd and 6 and being able to run for 8 yards is great. But just to be able to have the same win you have in the first quarter, to be able to make the throws, to be able to shuffle in the pocket, that's why you need to be in better shape. And part of it's not his fault. Part of it's genetics. I feel bad for the kid. It's like trying to have a junior welterweight who's Samoan, right? I mean, everybody in his life, dad, uncles are all giant, and you're asking him to be a little bit smaller. It just you never saw the Ika and Sika or whatever to have any 200-pounders, did you? You never saw that. And it's kind of the same thing for them too as Hawaiians. So I feel bad for him, but get on the low carb and do some fasting and work out a lot and lose that weight. He should not be more than about 218, in my opinion.
Yeah.
218 is plenty for him.
You would think, yeah. I mean, I thought it was interesting how he brought it up.
And he put a number on it.
And he put a number
Michael said.
on it.
Yeah.
And I think it's just one of those things where I also think part of it is it's not even, it's about the weight and it's about being in good shape, but I think it's also trying to give him another challenge, right?
Oh yeah, sure.
Always trying to challenge
Yeah.
and not feel, because it's very easy. He is the most recognizable athlete in the state, and he goes everywhere.
Yeah.
And he is not afraid to be out amongst the people, which is great. But I think he's trying to give him another thing just to kind of humble him a little bit. And hey, I want you to shoot for this. Another challenge that he needs to shoot for, in addition to the challenge of, hey, you're in a year 2, you're trying to get better at quarterback, et cetera.
Damon used to have a great line all the time, and he'd say, I don't want to know how good you are when you're 100%. Let me see how you play when you're 70%. Right?
Mm-hmm.
How close to 100% can you be when you're actually 70%? And in the second half of the season, in a Big Ten schedule, and in the second half of a game against Penn State or whatever, and they're chasing you down, you better be able to play like you're 100%. And one thing to do is that to keep your body healthy. You can say whatever you want about Tom Brady. What Tom Brady did, body-wise, every single coach, every single quarterback should be that way. I know it's extreme where he didn't eat anything and he had avocado ice cream, whatever, but you know what? He played in his 40s, and he still looks damn good, and he stopped getting hurt, and it's all because of the way he took care of himself. They all should be on that TB12.
Yeah. I mean, you look at quarterbacks now after Brady, because he warped us to the point where we were expecting every other quarterback after him. Well, now modern science is so good. Aaron Rodgers will be fine until he's 45, and that is not the case.
No, it's not. And Aaron used his legs more than Brady did. So when he dropped off legs-wise, it took away from his game. But you just look at, and I know Kirk Cousins was coming back from Achilles. I get that and everything. But just look at him. I mean, physically, you could see he was completely beaten up at the start of the season for Atlanta. He couldn't push off. He couldn't do anything. And that was one, coming back from the Achilles, but also because he's old. And his body just couldn't adjust to what he needed to do anymore, unlike Tom Brady.
All the talk today has been that the committee screwed this up.
They did.
Screwed that up, but
they did.
You know who they need?
What?
They need Michael to be on the committee.
My bracket.
Your bracket has been seated very well.
Not damn Bigelow, though. Not Bigelow. Bigelow just crushed my bracket.
Damn Bigelow. It's that Husker burner community. You know, you got to account for that. But for the most part, you've done very well in seeding this thing.
Yeah, I think it came out pretty good. I'm very excited. I wanted to see, because, you know, Sean Callahan has this huge following that's more of an internet following.
Yes.
And obviously Sam has got an internet following, but he's more of a newspaper dude. So I was wondering about that. Last time I looked, Sean had taken a lead. I think Sean's going to end up pulling away. But the one I'm really interested in is Schaefer and Ba, because Schaefer's got a really good internet community with him too. Ba's got more of a national community. That's the one I wonder about. That's going to be the last one. That's going to be on Thursday.
We did have let's see, was it an email? No, it was a text message that we got when we brought you on from the 402. Michael should have been in his own tournament. He is such a great guest.
That's a wonderful thing to say, but I'm not a regular guest. And now this is the first time I've ever had a regular guest thing. I've never had a regular guest.
Yeah.
So
I mean, we get to football season. This segment's going to be popular.
Yeah, so that's awesome. But I'm very excited to bracket. I want to say though about complaining, all of the complaining, whether it be North Carolina or whatever else, the Louisville, you should be madder as a Creighton fan than Louisville should be at 6.
Oh,
there is nothing about that team that says 8. Nothing about them. Even the way they were seated among the committee, they should be a 6. Why are they an 8? It makes no sense at all. And I would say it'd been better if Creighton would have ended up against a different 8, but they couldn't play Connecticut. And the other 2 8s are pretty tough too. So this 8 line is one of the toughest 8 lines I've ever seen. It is. Look at the 8 line. It's ridiculous.
Complain, Jays fans. Just go out and play the damn game.
No, I get that. But also, there's a certain amount, and I don't want to use the word fairness, but there's a certain amount of analytics, and they're talking about putting Bart Torvik and everybody else and all this stuff. If that's true, how do you get this? How do you get every single part of the metric saying somebody is this and you make it that? I don't understand. And there's nothing about them. Go back and look. So they lost 2 games, and I don't know how long, but you look at them overall. They're just a good team, fundamentally good, and they're so good defensively. That's the thing. And, you know, when Creighton turns the ball over, that's when they lose games. And I feel bad. Stephen Ashworth has done more the time that he's been here than I ever expected. I thought he was going to be undersized. I thought they were going to miss Nimhart, all that stuff. And he has hit big shots, and he's been tough, and he's the best flopper in the game. But I mean, honestly, he's up against it because Chucky is the best on-ball defender I have ever watched. And I'm talking about high school. Gene Smith from Georgetown. I mean, you go back. That dude on ball, he's like Sharif, actually. Sharif Mitchell and him in high school the same way. He will take the ball from you. I don't care how much you protect it. So that I really worry about that. And then the drop defense against their forwards who are more big guards, I wonder about that. It's a tough matchup, man.
Tough matchup, but you have to beat tough teams to win championships.
Sure.
I know. Not always. I mean, look at the year you guys went to the Elite Eight. You just got a cakewalk from all the teams that have gotten upset.
There was no damn cakewalk. Especially when you got crooked referees working against you. Ain't no damn cakewalk.
There was no referees working against you until that last call with 1.8 seconds, whatever seconds left. Other than that, you did all right. Did all right in there. Yeah, but I feel bad. Hey, congratulations to Ryan Miller. That's good.
Yes.
I know Ryan's been looking
at Murray State.
Very excited about him. He's a good dude. He getting a gig is good for him. I mean, he's 48, so he's a little bit
49.
up there for the first job, So good luck to him at Murray State.
And depending what happens with Drake and McCollum, that league could be wide open.
Oh yeah.
Because the odds of I'm assuming if McCollum ends up going somewhere else, the odds of Drake hitting 3 straight hires. I mean, that's. Whew.
You think DeVries goes to Iowa? Because that's what everybody from West Virginia thinks he's going to do. They think he's going to leave and go to Iowa. I mean,
I don't know.
You don't think so? Is this where he's from, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean,
yeah. And
Jared was a Hawkeye, so yeah.
You get Big Ten money. You get Big Ten money opposed to ACC money.
You get Big Ten money, but what are you walking into at Iowa? The fans.
I mean, they got talent though in the state. I mean, they
have talent in the state, but how good is the NIL?
Oh, I don't know. You think they're spending more than Nebraska is? You think? You don't think so?
I'd be. I don't know. I don't think they are.
I wouldn't be surprised either way.
I don't think they are.
Yeah, everybody in West Virginia thinks he's going.
Ain't by much. And with West Virginia, I mean, you are the show in West Virginia.
That's another thing, though. You're in West Virginia. I'm just saying. That's location. You're in West Virginia. There's a lot of great people coming out of West Virginia because everybody leaves West Virginia. It's a Nick Saban line.
Close to the DMV. I mean, there's players out there.
No, I know DMV's not close, bro. That's a trip. You got all of Iowa who, if you're good, those players they're going to be coming to you. If you got everybody, you're in West Virginia. You are competing against a lot more things, and you're in West Virginia. Only thing good about West Virginia is the song. Have you been to West Virginia? It's not a great place to be.
It's like I cut through it on a trip once.
Mississippi, West Virginia, Louisiana, really broken. There's some broken people, boy. It's not good. It's not good there. The education's bad. It's not the place to be, man. Sorry.
And it's in the Eastern time zone, the worst time zone ever.
And you're watching news at 11 o'clock, and Monday Night Football goes to midnight. Yeah, it's
every time I looked at my watch this week, it's like, yep, it's an hour later than it should be.
Yeah, not great.
Man, New York is awesome, though, man. My wife would leave me, but I'd live in New York in a heartbeat. I love New York. I love the food. I love the speed. I love the taking the subway. I love all that.
There's no speed there. It's everyone's in a rush to get caught in traffic.
That's fine. I like that. I like the urgency. There's a lack of urgency in some places. We used to call Albuquerque the land of mañana because we'll do it tomorrow. I like the urgency. I like a little bit of, let's get this done. And that's New York.
But there is no getting it done because you're always stuck in traffic.
No, that's not true. I mean, you're in Manhattan, Jimmy. That's one spot, okay? There's other parts of it. There's the Bronx. There's the wonderful world of Queens. There's a lot more going on. Than just one long street in Manhattan that you're always stuck on trying to get down.
There's Brooklyn.
Brooklyn's awesome. Yeah.
I've been to Brooklyn.
Nice houses. We've got Modern Loves in Brooklyn. Local used to be restaurant here. That's actually in Brooklyn too. So yeah, Brooklyn.
There you go, John. Maybe you should move out there.
No,
I would. Oh man, I'd live in.
I'm good. I
live back east.
I'm good right here. I'm Midwest at heart. That's
we know.
Nothing wrong with that either.
Yeah, if you tried yelling at referees the way you do there, they'd shoot you right there on the court. Right there on the court. Dude would just turn and shoot you. Bam! And that'd be it.
But I'd have a gun too. I'd be able to shoot them.
No, that's probably true. Actually, gun laws in New York are as tight as any place in the country. right?
There you
I'm
go.
just
Well, then how are
saying.
they shooting me?
I'm saying they wouldn't. They'd get away with it too because you'd be the road.
How are they shooting me? If
You'd
the
be the
gun laws
road.
are damn tight?
They're from
What,
New York.
The gun laws are tight except for referees.
I'd be
Referees
like,
get away.
I'm from New York. I can shoot people. That's what I do.
They
And
say
you just
like
be
that.
shot. That's the way it works.
I'm
shooting over here. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
That's all right. They put me high enough in the garden. There's no way no one could hear me complain.
Have you heard of a scope? That is true. They can't hear you.
They
Yelling.
can't hear me.
Sometimes I'm in my kitchen and I have my radio going, and you are yelling so much. And my wife, she goes, "What is he doing?" I said, "He's angry. He's John. He's just angry."
That's his disposition.
That's just it. He's just,
Bing bong!
a very, very angry
You
man.
sounded angry. Yeah, you're happy there, but you sounded angry.
No, that's a very happy. Listen, how can you
Bing bong? Look at that tell it. Bing bong!
You're angry at the bing bong there. You're bing bong ding dong. You're just not happy at all
The
about
only
that.
reason I did is because these two yahoos put me up to it.
And
That's
you
it.
did
Did
it.
they really? I like that. They
Yeah,
gave
yeah.
you something to say and you said it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Was
We
it
kinda
Nick's
gave
idea?
up on the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Listen,
Nick's idea.
I think it was Nick's idea. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Michael Severe Mondays.
All right. That was
Thanks,
fun,
guys.
Michael.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
All
We'll
right.
see you later.
Vote in the bracket. Vote in the bracket. Vote in the
Yes,
bracket.
go,
Go to my Twitter account. Vote in the bracket.
Follow Michael on Twitter.
Vote in the bracket.
Vote,
Yeah.
vote. If you're blocked, I don't care. You can't vote. Vote.
If you're blocked, you did something to trigger him.
Yep. You deserved it. You deserved
I
it.
am blocking so many people on Facebook now. It is a party. I just go on there on a given day and I block dozens of people. I unfriend them, then I block them. That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
How are you going to find out all the news from Washington, D.C.?
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I actually read. I read the New York Times. I know the New York Times every morning. I read the New York Times every morning. So I'm okay. I'll be all right without my Facebook people, my friends.
All right. We got to take a
Bye,
break.
Michael.
We'll be
All right, bye-bye,
back.
guys. See you later.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Content
that's unsportsmanlike.
Let's get to some content.
No.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
Oh, wow.
Nebraska got invited to The Crown in Las Vegas.
How did we make it to this moment in the show without discussing this news?
How did we not make it to the finish line without discussing this news?
What is the incentive to play in such an event that is totally not the NCAA tournament?
Yeah, good job, Nick.
Well, I'm glad I asked. It's NIL payments. The champion of The Crown gets to split $300,000 amongst its team. Runner-up, $100,000. And the other two semifinalists get $50,000. Is this good enough incentive?
So wait, real quick then. So there are 4 other teams, right? So 4 teams won't get any money? Is that the bit?
No,
here?
there's 16 teams, so there's
so
like
12
teams that don't get money. This was the money that Caleb Henry was reporting today.
Okay.
I don't remember where he got the information from.
For some
I'm
reason, I
assuming he
thought
got
everybody
from-
was getting something interesting. Is that
They might
good
get,
enough?
They might get the
AirPod.
crown home game.
Maybe they get
You know how on game shows back in the day they would say, and you can get the Price is Right home game, and it was like the board game.
Oh, I was
they
thinking
get the board game of the crown.
maybe they get like those Burger King crowns.
Maybe they
That'd
get
be
that.
good.
Is that a good enough incentive? I mean, $300,000 divided by how many players are on? How many
That
players
doesn't
are on
seem
Creighton's
like
roster?
a lot of money
15?
for NIL stuff.
You're usually dividing amongst about 15 guys.
All right. So what's
15
that?
to 16, maybe 17 guys.
So that would be 20 grand. I mean, look, if you gave me 20 grand today, I'd be like, sweet, thank you
Yeah.
very much. Is that worth it? Let's see how many people actually watch. That is what will ultimately decide this thing's future. Is there interest from the viewing public for something like this? Because if they're going to keep it alive, if there's going to be another another tournament featuring NCAA basketball teams that didn't make the dance, there has to be interest in it. Otherwise, this won't be sustainable.
this is essentially the Belk Bowl of college basketball.
Mm-hmm.
That's what these.
It definitely
That's
is.
what these non-NCAA tournaments are. They're like the Belk Bowl or the Armed Forces Bowl or the First Responders Bowl.
Yeah.
But the difference is they're not football. The reason why those games exist is because people actually do watch them. I will be very fascinated to see what the ratings are for these, given that it's happening the week before the. It's the week before the Elite Eight.
No,
or Sweet 16.
It's
right?
it's after that. So it's 2 weeks from today. So we will have the
it's the-
Final Four. It's the week leading into the Final Four.
Week leading into the Final Four. Sorry.
So there's 60. So how many?
I just can't see that there's going to be an appetite.
I know. So let's see. I want to see the schedule real fast because what is this going to look like? Because if it starts 2 weeks from today.
Well, it's 16 teams, so it's 4
Okay, here we
rounds,
go.
right?
Okay, so Monday, March 31st and Tuesday, April 1st are days 1 and 2. So they're quadruple headers. And then the teams that played on the 31st will play on the 2nd. The teams that played on the 1st will play on the 3rd. Then the 2nd will play on the 5th. Wow, so there will be a game. There will be 2 games. The Final Four of the Crown, if you will start on Final Four Saturday at 12:30 our time. And then the winners will then play on Sunday at 4:30 our time. So they will play this whole week. The winner and the runner-up will play 4 games in the span of 6 or 5 days.
Who's got the TV rights for this?
Fox.
This is all Fox. This is Fox's own event. They created it out of thin air.
Remember, John was talking about how he spoke with Kevin and Gus,
Who are very excited to be calling the
True.
Crown.
Who else is calling the games?
I have no
Is
idea.
it Jimmy Jackson? Wow,
I have
basketball.
no idea.
The SEC and Big Ten picked up a total of 20, not at small, not at medium, at large bids to this year's men's tournament.
Jeez, what are we doing here?
The rest of the sport got 17. As the Super Conference era began right in front of our eyeballs.
Well, really, it had already begun. But the SEC getting 14 out of 16 teams in
That is wild.
I'm sorry, but that's just silly. That is silly. And could they redeem themselves by playing really, really well? The problem is,
can they prove people?
well,
Can they prove the committee right?
Here's the issue. The other teams at the bottom, the Vanderbilts of the world, the Georgias of the world, could end up sucking, but it's all going to be focused on, I mean, they get 2 teams in the Final Four. Do they do a Big East 1985 and get 3 teams into the Final Four? It'll all be focused on those teams at the very top, and everyone will say, well, see, this is why they're the best.
Mm-hmm.
I just think anytime that you get this high a percentage of teams from a single conference into the NCAA tournament, I think that is bad for the sport. And I think it's a bad look for the committee.
I agree with you. Spoiler alert for the end of Saving Private Ryan.
What?
But Tom Hanks' character, as he's passing away, tells Ryan, earn this. Saying Ryan needs to earn all the stuff that they did to get him to the end. The SEC's got to earn this. Congrats. You guys had a great regular season, and this is all of these things are record. 14 to 16 teams, 3 more bids than the previous record. 2 number 1 seeds, 2 number 2 seeds, 6 top 4 seeds, also a record. But now they got to earn this. Because it, man. Just like what was the year? Was it the year after COVID that the Big Ten was supposedly this like dynamite great league, or maybe it was 2 years after COVID, and they sucked. They had a lot of teams get eliminated early. It didn't matter. Illinois was one of those teams. They lost to 13's squad. SEC, they're going to be a laughing stock if they don't do it. Joe Rexrode of The Athletic, he said to avoid like the laughter, 6 in the Sweet 16, 3 in the Elite 8, 2 in the Final Four, and 1 cutting down the net.
Wow.
Anything else?
A lot of pressure.
It's going to come down, in my opinion, like the first couple are, maybe he's right. It's going to be about the Final Four. It's going to be about the Natty. That's ultimately where the bread will be buttered.
As folks wring their hands over the brackets and wonder how they didn't get into the dance, South Carolina women's coach Dawn Staley is looking at the fillet next to her and wondering why hers is a little smaller than theirs.
I mean, we're going to play it. Obviously it's disappointing. It really is. I'd like to get some feedback on how they came to that conclusion. Because we manufactured a schedule that, if done right, it should produce the overall number 1 seed. But I will say this: we're going to make adjustments to our schedule in the future. If the standard is the standard, if that's the standard, then we can play any schedule and get a number 1 seed.
Wait, was she handshake memeing with Matt Rule? Is she saying they're going to play an easier schedule, or was that playing a harder schedule?
Her argument, and they are the defending champions, is that, hey, we scheduled really, really hard this year.
Yeah.
So that should be given us a reward for being the number 1 overall seed. Instead, they're only the number 2 overall seed. The horror.
Oh, I thought they were a 2 seed. They're the number overall.
No, this was the argument over the number 1 overall seed. They're still a 1 seed.
All right, that's pretty
They're
hilarious.
just not the number 1 overall seed. That honor went to UCLA. Hey, Dawn, what happened when you played UCLA this year?
What happened?
Oh, that's right. You got your ass whooped by 15. Hey, Dawn.
Is John being a Big Ten honk?
What happened when you played UConn this year?
They got destroyed.
Oh, that's right. You got your ass whipped by 30. Hey, Dawn, shut up. You sound so entitled. I mean, we're nitpicking number 1 overall seed versus you're in the dang tournament. You're going to be in fine shape. Unless you play UConn or UCLA, because you might get your butt whooped again.
I like those complaints. That's an all-timer.
You talk about some entitlement. Holy
they are the defending
cow.
champs, John, and they scheduled hard.
That was last year.
She's going to pull a Matt Rule.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have scheduled UConn. You wouldn't have lost by 30.
They did lose by a lot of points.
It has been 11 years since Bulls, Thunder, Knicks, Mavs, Pacers, Spurs, Kings star Doug McDermott played his last game for Creighton.
My favorite teams.
Yet, twice this weekend, college sports writers have promoted him to head coach of the Blue Jays. Why is this famous faux pas, first uttered by Bruce Rasmussen, still a thing over a decade later?
Yeah, we had a listener send us one of them, and I assume you'd already seen that one?
Yeah.
The one from
I saw
Brent?
both.
Yeah, so a Creighton team that regrouped to secure Doug McDermott's 5th consecutive NCAA tournament. Now, when we got this email at 12:45, it had not been corrected.
Has it been corrected?
He just attached ESPN.com. He didn't attach the actual story, so I don't know if it has.
It wasn't corrected as of this morning because that's when I saw it. The one on the Fox side, that was from the day after the UConn game, Saturday, and it did eventually get corrected, but I saw it right away.
Saying it wrong, I think, is understand. I've done it. I've done it at least once, for sure. Writing it and that getting through the editor, that's the one where it's like, how does that happen?
Well, Chat GPT probably was like, that's fine.
How do I spell check? Yeah. Is it Doug or Greg? That's what we're often asking.
It is incredible how this keeps happening.
Yeah, I don't get it.
It is incredible how this keeps happening.
Jamar Chase and T. Higgins told Fox Sports on Sunday that they have agreed to contract extensions. Chase agreed to a 4-year, $161 million deal that includes $112 million guaranteed, while Higgins agreed to a 4-year, $115 million deal that's guaranteed for the first 2 years. Are you surprised?
Yes. We talked about the Bengals at a variety of points over the course of the offseason. Trey Hendrickson, it sounds like they're trying to lock up something with him too. I'm stunned. And also, now the Cowboys are the cheapest team in the league. What the hell? At least I was handshake memeing with my brothers and sisters from Cincinnati.
Smiles.
But now I can't. This was a franchise that used to reuse jock straps. And now they're paying this kind of cash?
When I was
What's happening?
When I was in Cincinnati a couple weeks ago, I went for a walk and I walked around Paycor Stadium, the formerly Paul Brown Stadium.
Was that the football stadium?
I wondered why they were moving out all the furniture and replacing it with stuff that was
cardboard,
that was made at IKEA.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They got the Bjorben.
Yeah, the put together your stuff furniture so they can afford all of these salaries.
It does make a lot of sense.
I'm happy for you, Cincinnati. You need to keep this group together.
No, in all seriousness, they have become the forgotten team in the AFC that is filled with the Chiefs and the Bills and the Ravens, the obvious three.
Mm-hmm.
They could be awesome. They were the one team in that conference to beat Mahomes, the only one in the playoffs that has beat Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. And yet, because of how they spend in, they don't have a defense. They have taken a massive step back over the last couple of years. Also, they get off to the worst starts in the NFL.
They do.
Mookie.
Betts has been sick for the last 2 weeks and has lost 15 pounds as a result.
Holy crap.
He is not going to play the Cubs tomorrow and Wednesday in the MLB opener in Japan.
No.
That's right, folks. Tomorrow morning, baseball is back.
Why'd you do this? It's an opener.
Because, they're going to
counts?
come back and there's still going to be spring games and then opening day.
But these games count.
But they
I know
count,
they
though.
count, but I don't
So
know.
that's the opener.
I don't know if it's like an opener.
It
It
is
literally
the
is
opener.
opening the season.
These
Nick.
games count. If the Cubs lose the division by a game because the Dodgers cheated and they won one of these two games, I'm
With
going to be very
Skinny
triggered.
Mookie.
But I am going to be pedantic. I don't want to call it the MLB opener because I think the MLB opener is when multiple MLB teams play. These are just two teams.
Oh, I know what this is about. This is about the games need to be played in America.
Wow, that's interesting coming
America
from the
first,
weeb.
Nick.
So wait, when the NFL opens on a Thursday, do you not call that the opener because other games aren't happening?
That feels different with the NFL because
Interesting.
Thursday is usually the set day where there's only one NFL game.
Correct.
Whereas baseball, there's just always.
But they do
games.
this crap all the time.
Yeah, they did it last year.
No, I know they did it in Korea last year. I don't
Well, it
know if
doesn't
we should
matter.
call it the MLB opener.
We're
What do you call it?
burying the lead here because the real lead here is that Mookie Betts is obviously sick. He's avoiding the Cubs. He doesn't want to be embarrassed by my team tomorrow and Wednesday.
Is that true?
The excuses are already beginning for the Dodgers.
So are you both waking up and watching this thing?
I'll be watching.
Yeah, I'll watch.
Look at this, the baseball boys. I won't.
It's
I'll
my
be asleep.
team. It's my team.
I know, but you are losing all sorts of sleep right now. You're staying up all hours of the night. You're living on East Coast time.
Right.
I'll brew a cup of tea and watch this.
Ugh,
I love
tea
tea.
tastes like the ground.
No.
Yes.
The ground.
I imagine tea tastes like if I were
So
to go
you
out
don't
and-
actually know what tea tastes like?
No, I've had it. And I think it tastes like grass. I've eaten grass before I was a child, and I'm an idiot. And it tastes like that to me.
You've been having the wrong tea.
Interesting.
There are concerns the Mavericks could have to forfeit a game because it doesn't have enough healthy players. What the hell is this? Can either of you explain what this is?
So there is something called two-way games in the NBA, or two-way players rather. When I think sending players
You're
back in.
both
Yeah,
a
you're sending them up
designated
and
hitter
down to
and a
the
pitcher.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
to
so
the G League.
the concern I'm reading from NBC Sports, concern in Dallas is that two of their healthy players are two-way players nearing their limit of 50 games up with the main club, and so they're coming upon that limit. Plus, there are a lot of injuries that are going on. I did see, since Nick wrote this question earlier and sent it to us, it does seem like Anthony Davis and another guy are about to pop back up. So I don't think that this is going to happen, but wow, if it did. Not having enough players that you have to forfeit a basketball game in the NBA.
Man,
Tough look.
Very.
it's almost like they used to have a dude that was really, really good. And they got rid of him.
I know, and traded him to America's team, the Los Angeles Lakers. Go Lakers!
Why is it all your crappy teams are America's team?
Well, because I root for America and I root for my team.
America first, Josh.
Nope,
America
just
first,
America's
Josh.
teams first, Josh. That's who I root. I root for the teams. I want the teams to be.
You want to
first.
make America teams good again.
Sure, why not?
The WNBA's LA Sparks, not a good name.
Wow.
Are
Because they're
adverti-
women?
No, because it's a bad name for a team.
Okay, interesting. Just wanted to ask.
Are advertising for male practice players to get their team ready for the season. But creepy online folks are making lewd comments, and that is grossed out number 2 draft pick Cameron Brink. All the comments are like, let Cameron Brink back me down, or
Nick.
something about my teammates. And now I'm just like, preferably they're gay. Where would you like to go with this?
I'm not going to laugh at it like Nick did.
I laughed at how unexpected that whole thing was.
Very interesting, Nick. You
Yeah.
wrote the question. I got nothing here.
You got nothing?
I mean, that's a pretty funny quote.
I got something. Stop being creepy to women athletes.
Yes, don't be creepy online.
What's wrong with you?
Stop two pieces of advice for the internet. Don't be creepy to athletes. Stop complaining about the Creighton draw.
Well, how about-
Those are the 2 rules of the internet.
How about you not be creepy just to people in general?
Well, yeah.
Why does it have
Yeah,
to be just athletes?
Because, I mean, it feels like it's more prevalent in women's sports where people are weirdly creepy.
Yeah, don't be creepy online. That's a great piece of advice. And don't complain about the draw that Creighton got. Those are the 2 rules of the internet. The 2 commandments of the internet.
Yeah, don't call the soft-ass Jays soft.
Don't call them.
That's what John said.
You.
Seinfeld fans, ugh.
Oh!
Rejoice?
Yes, Nick. Tell us more.
Starbucks has lost a lawsuit. Oh! To a man who suffered severe burns after a drink spilled in his lap at one of the chain's California drive-thru locations. On Friday, an LA County jury ordered Starbucks to pay delivery driver Michael Garcia, who was burned in the drive-thru incident, a sum of $50 million.
Oh!
Do you want to make some jokes that are probably better when you say them?
Wow.
How is this worth $50 million?
I know. I was thinking the same thing. Well, I would love
this
to
is
know
like
the math.
This is like the woman who got the caught,
The original,
famous
the thing.
25-year-old, 30-year-old story about the woman who got burned by the McDonald's coffee. How is this?
All right. So reading the story, Garcia suffered life-changing injuries, including third-degree burns and permanent injury to his genitals. Okay, never mind. I'm signed up for this.
That's fair.
You burn off my balls, I'm coming for $50 million.
Are they serving? I mean, I know Starbucks serves some weird stuff these days.
Uh-huh.
When did they start serving molten hot lava?
Well, he actually got the turbo groin kick. What was that called? The turbo
There
groin
was a
kick?
turbo groin kick.
Oh my gosh. The delivery driver had to receive 2 skin grafts on his penis.
Oh.
Which was permanently discolored and disfigured and now results in only painful sex.
He needs more money.
The lawyer said this. One of the most pleasurable experiences. Oh, an ad popped up. Pleasurable experiences in life has been changed to pain. It's an awful, awful injury, and Garcia is a different person. This will affect every facet of his life. All right.
Why did you read that sentence?
How?
John asked, so I was at 50 million.
Possible?
I
How
think
is
he needs
it-
more money.
Jury deliberated for just 40 minutes.
Damn.
50 million. Wow.
What
Well, so
are
if your
you-
coffee goes up, it's because they burned off a guy's balls.
What are
The
you
sequel
doing
to
to your
12 Angry
coffee?
Men is wild.
What are you doing to your coffee, Starbucks?
Well, how about this? Rowley originally asked the jury for $120 million, and Starbucks previously offered to settle the case before the trial for $3 million.
Ugh.
He initially accepted the $3 million offer under 3 conditions. 1, that the coffee chain apologize. 2, alter store policy and issue a memo instructing workers to double-check hot drinks before handing them off. Oh, there wasn't an Oxford comma. And the chain declined. So they wouldn't apologize. I hate that place.
Wouldn't apologize,
Not a
and so
good
it
place.
cost him an extra $47 million.
Wow.
Starbucks is bad.
Wow, that's the most expensive apology ever.
That'll teach him.
Uh-huh.
Probably didn't teach
That's
him anything.
That's
They
a
can
dumb
afford
debates
that.
question. Would you trade what happened to this?
Save
poor
that
dude
for Wednesday.
for $50 million.
But if you can't have sex or it hurts, man, that'd be a bummer. But $50 million. I can go through a little pain.
Little.
A lot, I guess.
So many lines in there.
Yeah, we didn't even make any Seinfeld jokes.
We didn't make any.
How do we
Who told you to put the bomb on? I didn't tell you to put the bomb on.
How do we transition to the next segment after that conversation?
Oh,
very easily by saying, "What's for dinner?"
Nice.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
And online at championspaintnow.com or call 877-GO-CHAMPION right now. All discounts apply to a regular price. Select sales apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
Do you like to shoot fireworks? Would you like to get paid to shoot fireworks? J&M Displays wants you. Help shoot an Omaha Storm Chasers game, Memorial Park display, or any of the major shows in Western Iowa and all of Nebraska. If you like to travel, J&M covers Nebraska, Kansas, and most of Missouri. They offer free training and great daily pay rates, which makes it a perfect part-time job. Visit jnmdisplays.com and click the Join Our Team tab to find out more. J&M Fireworks.
For game-changing pizza, head to Backlot Pizza and Kitchen in Elkhorn for Detroit-style pizza, smash burgers, and shareables. Have old-fashioned cocktails and unbeatable happy hour deals. Enjoy a gorgeous patio and Sunday brunch where kids eat free. Backlot Pizza and Kitchen, where great food and good times meet.
Certified Transmission built its reputation on the job done right. It means hard work, honesty, and integrity.
And together, we ensure our customers leave satisfied and worry-free.
Certified Transmission, the job done right at the right price.
You're listening to. When you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right, and on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just, like, going out to eat.
I can't tell you how many times I got that tweeted around us or around one of our accounts. The last line there, that was from the Boston College player at the ACC tournament. Because people discovered that, oh, yeah, that line at the end of the What's for Dinner Open, that's from the dude from Boston College at the ACC tournament. Yes, that's the dude from the ACC. Anyway, dinner, lasagna. We had lasagna last night for dinner, and then the wife said, well, I ordered you something for today for St. Patrick's Day. I got you some corned beef and cabbage. I said, there's so much lasagna left over, and we're going to be leaving here in a day or two. So
yeah, might as well finish it off.
Yeah, finish off the lasagna. So this year I am not celebrating St. Patrick's Day with corned beef and cabbage. Instead, I'll celebrate it with the very Irish dish known as lasagna.
We're doing grilled chicken Caesar salads, and then we're going to a movie, so we'll definitely have some popcorn.
Nice. Shane tickling. I don't know. I'm going to go disc
Shane,
golf.
it is like 80 degrees out.
I'm going to go disc golf after this, and then I'll probably find something later.
Nice.
Well, make sure you get that in, Nick, because as we know, Josh has cursed us with another blizzard, so it won't be any chain tickling after tomorrow.
After Wednesday, yeah. Bye, John.
Bye, John.
Well, see you Wednesday. I will.